Good morning and welcome to the Simmental and Simbrah Junior Show. Today our judge is Kevin Jensen from Cortland, Kansas. We want to remind you that we do have to show in mask, and masks are mandatory, so if you could please do that, we'd appreciate it. Help us keep a well-run show. Entering the ring now is Class 1, Spring Heifer Calves born May through June of 2020.
Well, good morning. Very nice class of heifers to start the show, and we're going to go at it probably as a little more rapidly than normal. But I think as you look at these cattle and they walk in, and I look through their EPDs, it's not the where all of what we're going to do, but I am going to look at them. But in this particular class, I think we come with two really nice females that may have an advantage in the way they carry their spine, may have an advantage in the way they move. Both of them are going to be a bit more moderate than the heifers, maybe right behind them, and that'll go with each class, may vary a little bit with their structure. But this Baldy heifer is extremely neat to look at, very sound, very female-like. I like her kind of an awful lot. The longer I looked at him, the heifer the young lady has in second is the closest to her. She's extremely neat and attractive and very cowy through the middle part of her body, but most importantly, she's extremely sound, and that's why she lands in second. The long-bodied Baldy heifer in third is easy in her top, and she has that flexibility in the way she's put together. She's a little rawer, perhaps, than the heifers in front. She's probably going to be a little bigger frame, kind of a cow. I'd like to set her tail head down in her hip, maybe see her just have a little more heart. Red heifer right behind her gives up some structure in her hind leg as you watch her move, a little plainer and flatter jawed. I'd like to change that about her, but she is big-bodied and very feminine. Heifer right behind her, I'm concerned about her mature size. Probably like to moderate her a little bit. She's probably quite a bit more performance-oriented than the heifers in front of her, so that's good, but maybe just a bit more than what I'd like to see. The four remaining heifers are really good cattle. This is a good class. The red heifer right behind I contemplated to keep out in front of you. She's that kind, very neat to look at. The three heifers right behind her, really good, useful cattle. They're just a little greener. I think as you watch them mature, they're going to get more competitive. Let's give them a round of applause for a very nice class to start off the show.
Okay, first place in that class goes to entry 108, Sydney Beatty of Loveland, Colorado, exhibiting BTYL Wicked Tuna 322H. Second place in that class goes to Michaela Gruhl of Edison, Ohio, exhibiting Bramlett TSSC Beauty Queen. Third goes to Madison Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma, exhibiting DFCF Miss Diva 2069H. Fourth place goes to Lane Hagan of Yoakum, Texas, exhibiting JCell DAT Broker 0255H. Fifth place is Pepper Elmore of Wacomas, Oklahoma, exhibiting DPL Sandy 340H. Sixth place is Caden Offholter Bow of El Reno, Oklahoma, exhibiting J-Bow Diamond K 25H. 7 is entry 109, Lane Lasnick of Paynesville, Ohio, exhibiting LP Princess Mia H419. 8th is entry 319, Lane Lasnick, Paynesville, Ohio, exhibiting LP Deanna H20. 9th is exhibitor 100, Brecken Murray, Kingfisher, Oklahoma, MURS Miss Heidi 839H. And 10th place in that class was Kaylee Davis, exhibitor 101, from Eagle, Idaho, exhibiting LCEC 6E BB 59. Placings in that class on your program go 9, 8, 10, 3, 6, 5, 1, 7, 4, 2. The class in the ring currently is Class 2 Spring Heifer Calves born April of 2020.
Well, in this second class, another very good group to get into our show with. But this young lady's heifer that starts off the class is extremely long-bodied. She's very attractive. Her body parts all fit and flow together very well, and you can watch it as she moves. She's got some strength down through her chest floor. I like that. She's probably going to be maybe a little bigger than I'd like to see as a mature cow, but I like her kind. I like the way she's put together. You look her on paper, you may like to see her in a little better in a few areas, but I think she's a good, useful kind of a female. The heifer behind her is very cow-like, very broody, big-ribbed, neat to look at. As you get them side by side, she gives up quite a bit of body length to the heifer that wins. That's why she lands in second. I really like this Baldy heifer as she came into class. She's just very feminine, very broody, a little shorter strided than maybe I'd like, but I like the type of heifer that she is. I think she'll make a fantastic cow for this young man. Heifer behind, a bigger framed heifer that maybe isn't as neat from her hookster pins down through her hind leg. That's why she lands where she does. Young lady's heifer right behind her gets a little straighter in her hock, and that's right, change her. But she's a good female that's very neat and attractive, very level-topped, level-hipped, maybe just a little straighter in her hind leg than I'd like. Big, performance-oriented heifer right behind her, the young lady in the purple. I think she's just going to make a big, useful, stout kind of cow that isn't as neatly put together as some of the other heifers out here. Two remaining heifers are just a bit greener. They're good, useful kind of cattle in this particular class. Nice class, too.
Okay, placings in Class 2, spring-born heifer calves, born April 2020. First place was entry 115, Mackenzie Dewberry from Oilton, Texas, with JCBB Hillary H010. Second place was entry 118, Chloe Clark from Muldrow, Oklahoma, exhibiting Tay Holland Kate 2014 HET. Third place was entry 121, Wyatt Dewberry from Oilton, Texas, exhibiting LUTZ Hattie 0224H. Fourth place in that class was entry 120, Tyler Miller from Armington, Illinois, exhibiting BBRS Brenna 77H. Fifth place was entry 114, Kinley Bratcher from Rush Spring, Oklahoma, exhibiting SSST-PCC Dream Girl 156H. Sixth place was entry 116, Gracie Clausen from West Point, Nebraska, exhibiting HJB Harper 302H. Seventh place in that class was entry 123, Jamie Gitlin from Juanita, Nebraska, exhibiting JRG Making Me Hopeful. And eighth place in that class was entry 589, Benjamin Burling from Edgington, Kansas, exhibiting CSG KEJ Miss Money 409H. Current class in the ring is Class 3, spring-born heifer calves, born April of 2020. Just as a friendly reminder, masks are required at the 2021 Cattlemen's Congress. We have to show in them, and we please ask that if you are in the building, please have one on. Thank you.
Well, in this third class, we have a little bit of diversity as far as type and kind, but there's some awfully good heifers. The young lady is going to lead off the classes off to my right. She's the one that to me is the most complete. I think we could juggle their figures and all of these just a little bit if I could have my preferences. But the heifer that leads off to me is very stable in her makeup, like the way she's made. She's calfy enough, very youthful enough up through her front. And just think she's very pleasing to the eye, and she has enough shape and cow look to her and muscle to add with that. The cow heifer behind her is broodier. She's deeper ribbed, bigger bodied. I do like that, but as the way she maintains and handles herself on the move is what gets her into second. But I like the big bodied, the roominess that she has, and I think they're a nice pair, even though they differ a bit in the way they're made. The young lady that's right behind in third is much like them. She's big and stout and rugged. I'd like to set her tail head down into her hip a bit better, but I think she's going to make a very, very useful kind of cow for this young lady. Really a striking, sharp-made heifer calf that's a little more juvenile, perhaps, than the ones just in front of her, and I don't mind that a bit. She's just going to need some time, but this heifer has a tremendous amount of quality and femininity. If we could change her as we compare to those in front of her, she just isn't as performance-oriented. Heifer right behind her, the young man has, is a good, solid heifer, and I like her, and I think she needs to be out here on the drive. Very feminine, very broody-like. You should get her in motion. She's not as neat off her hind leg. Doesn't maybe give you that really, really neat, attractive look on the walk. Heifer right behind her is stout, really has a big old top in her. I like the muscle in her. Again, just a touch shorter in her stride. If I could change her, that's where I'd do it. Maybe give her just a little more body in relationship to her frame. That's just about what describes this young man's heifer moving out now. She's probably one that you may like her better when she becomes a young mother. She's maybe not the prettiest show heifer out here, but that heifer is very functional, big-bodied, very useful, just not as sharp to look at. Heifer right behind him just gets a little narrower based. Like to see her have a little more natural width, but she's outline is nice. She moves good. Just maybe like to give her a little more natural width. Heifer that completes the class, again, a very useful heifer, high quality kind of a female. Maybe, again, just doesn't give us the performance that we see in some of these other heifers.
Placings in Class 3 springborn heifer calves born April of 2020. First place is entry 126, Bailey Sigris from Farina, Illinois, exhibiting KTE Hot Chocolate 0642H. Second place is entry 132, Bailey Thompson of Westport, Indiana, exhibiting Bracelet TSSC Bold and Beautiful. In third place was entry 130, Darby Darbone of Duncan, Oklahoma, exhibiting R9 Shelby 45H. Fourth place was entry 134, Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas, exhibiting MLL RRF Cerveza Steel 215H. Fifth place was entry 133, Emery Mills of Granola, Kansas, exhibiting ABCO Miss Majestic 73H. Sixth place was entry 131, Blake Wilkins of Bennett, Iowa, exhibiting Weiss Ruby H064. Seventh place was entry 128, Jasper Tarr of Leroy, Illinois, exhibiting Jas Sure Beautiful Crazy 013H. Eighth place was entry 135, Marley Reese of Shawnee, Oklahoma, exhibiting J-Soul PCC Shiny Penny 0344H. And ninth place in that class was entry 127, Jenna Streeter of Shawnee, Oklahoma, exhibiting NIPP Miss Lady. Placings in that class in your program are 197362548. Currently in the ring is Class 4 Spring Heifer Calves, born March 8th of 2020 to March 27th of 2020. Our judge today for the Junior Simmental and Simbrah show is Mr. Kevin Jensen from Cortland, Kansas. He and his wife have been raising Hereford and horned and polled Hereford cattle for more than 30 years. They have an annual bull sale the first Thursday in March, a female sale near Kansas City during the American Royal, and a couple internet sales annually. Kevin's operation had the grand champion pin of 5 bulls here at the 2021 Cattlemen's Congress this week. Kevin has a long-time history judging Simmental cattle around the country and has judged in the PTP program for several years.
Well, a bit of mechanical difficulty on the mic. In this particular class, I'll be quite frank with you, I'm maybe not getting exactly where I've been in these other class winners, but this young lady in the purple sweater's got the one to me that is the most durable on the move. I think she's got body length, and she's strong in the way she's made, and some natural width in her, and she's carrying condition and pretty useful in her kind. If I could change her, I'd probably like to just make her just a little more feminine, maybe in her head and neck. It's not that she's coarse, it's just the way she's made, but a very, very good kind of a female to start. I'll be quite frank again, second, third, fourth, you could flip-flop them a number of ways, but this young man's heifer in second's kind of a useful, middle-of-the-road kind of a heifer, and I just think I like her structure, her durability of her hind leg, and she's going to land in second. Obviously, she doesn't have the body length or maybe the show ring eye appeal of the heifers in 3 and 4 that are behind her when you get her off on the side, but when you get her in motion, it's what gets her into second. If you just look at the heifer in third, when she's standing on the side view profile, you go, wow, she's got that show heifer look. I like that. She's very angular. She gets her neck up out of her shoulder very well. She has a real pleasing look. It's when she gets in motion off her hind two that she has a problem with this judge, and that's where I'd like to change her. Same holds true for the heifer in 4. Very neat, attractive heifer, but when I get her in motion, I'd sure like to change her off her hind leg as you watch her move. But she is good and neat and attractive, much like the heifer that's just in front of her. Heifer right behind her is a easy-keeping, big-bodied, middle-of-the-road kind of a heifer, but I'd like to lean her up. I think she's carrying just a little more condition than I'd like at this stage, and that's why she ends where she is. The remaining 5 heifers, I think as you look at them, is a good, useful class. Maybe not as deep with what we've been seeing, but good, useful cattle that move very well. Let's give them a round of applause. Another very nice class of heifer calves.
Placings in Class 4, spring-born heifer calves, born March 8th through March 27th of 2020. First place is entry 136, Devin Frazier from Meeker, Oklahoma, exhibiting J Soul Who's Prophet 0362H. Second place is entry 141, Lucas Haddon from Jacksonville, Illinois, exhibiting JPLF Rhythm H 034. Third place was entry 144, Ty Goss from Leedy, Oklahoma, exhibiting J Soul Leapin' Glam Girl 0342H. Fourth place was entry 150, Jody Mead from McPherson, Kansas, exhibiting SBSC RF Jalen's Broker. Fifth place was entry 146, Lane Lasnick of Painesville, Ohio, exhibiting SVJ She's the Dream, H8A. Sixth place was entry 149, Cade Jones from Rush Springs, Oklahoma, PPCC MC7R Evening Tinge 160H. Seventh place was entry 147, Tug Kennedy from Wagner, Oklahoma, Violet H120. Eighth place was entry 142, Michelle Folkstein from Franklin, Nebraska, WWC Lass 15H. Ninth place was entry 148, Rebecca Purvine from Fay, Oklahoma, with DMCC Hannah 13H. And 10th place was entry 152, Riker Schaffner from Fayetteville, Arkansas, exhibiting HA Hysteria 048H. Placings in that class in your program are 1, 2, 8, 3, 5, 7, 9, 6, 4, scratch 10. Currently in the ring is Class 5, spring-born heifer calves, born March 2nd through March 7th of 2020.
Well, these three heifers will just kind of line up just as I see them, and it's kind of handy. The heifer that leads off the class, to me, is just a sweetheart. You look at her from the side view profile, she's angular, she's long and pretty up through her neck and head. She's maybe not the widest based heifer. That maybe is where I could help her, but I like her as far as look and phenotype and neatness and attractiveness, and just very, very useful when you look at her on the move. The heifer in second may have just a little more strength and a little more width, and that's what I like about her. She's a little lower fronted. I'd like to pick her up there as we compare her to the heifers on either side of her. But this heifer is going to have some rib and some volume as we see her starting to mature. I think that's a nice pair of cattle to start with. Heifer that's in third's a bit more extreme and a little longer, and I like that with that's probably added performance. As I see those two, though, in front of her, I see them as being just a little more where I want to go. But this is a neat, attractive heifer, has a lot of look to her, and she fits the bill. I believe she falls into third very handily. Heifer right behind her in fourth, another good heifer. I think as I see her, as I compare her to those three in front, she maybe doesn't give you quite the look, but she's useful in the way she's put together. She has some body, some natural width, and very attractive up through her neck and head. Just ditto that for the young lady's heifer there in the lighter pink shirt. Good, useful kind of a female that has some look and some quality and some natural muscle. I really think that's where I'd want to be if I was going to make her a cow. She's going to make a very good, useful kind of cow. A little lower set heifer right behind her that's useful and broody. Maybe a bit more moderate, might be not as quite as neat off her hind leg and down through her stifle as far as natural width as the heifers in front of her. This heifer the young lady has in her purple shirt's extremely neat looking, very, very pleasing when she's on the side view profile. She's just a little too short-strided for me, and that's why she lands where she does. Young man's more moderate heifer right behind her is very attractive. He gets her in motion, though, and I just like to see her move off her hind two with just a little more flexibility. With that, I think you'll just have a bit more longevity. Heifer right behind her, another bigger framed, longer bodied kind of heifer that gets a little up in her flank, and just like to see her move just a little neater and more attractive. Four remaining cattle, I think, again, are very useful. The young lady's red heifer, I just wish there was a better place for her, because that's a good, useful, middle-of-the-road kind of a female. I just think it's very, very difficult for me to have to place a cow, a useful one like that, where she is, but she doesn't fit in between any of these other heifers. Another very, very good class of cattle.
Placings in Class 5, spring heifer calves born March 2nd through March 7th of 2020. First place goes to entry 153, Madison Mullen from Blythe, California, with MMM RRF Gotta Love Me 211H. Second place was entry 154, Paisley Nelson from Platte City, Missouri, with Wallace Pride Lass 069H. Third place was entry 159, Morgan Jackson from Kaufman, Texas, with RRF Miss Red River 213H. Fourth place was entry 169, Caitlin Kuykendall from Cushing, Oklahoma, with SKR Nighttime Lady ET. Fifth place was entry 161, Catherine Niemkovic from Mayo, Florida, with STCC PFK Serenity 85H. Sixth place was entry 168, Campbell Belcher from Buncombe, Illinois, with Bramlett's DBLG Emmy H028. Seventh place was entry 165, Cadence Kennedy from Breckenridge, Texas, with Kennedy's Miss Profit 013H. Eighth place was entry 163, Caden Alexander from Hempstead, Texas, with SSTF Cookie Dough 017H. Ninth place was entry 155, Peyton Ford of Westchester, Iowa, with HA Hot Topic 045H. 10th place was entry 164, Catherine Fancher of Huntsville, Arkansas, with J-Soul Lover Queen 0349H. 11th place was entry 156, Kaylee Eaton of Troy, Texas, with BRTN Abby Grace H005. 12th place was entry 171, Emma Huser of Minneapolis, Kansas, with PCC HR Miss Veronica 357H. 13th place in that class was entry 160, Jordan Falkenstein from Franklin, Nebraska, with SV Illusion 015H. In your program, placings in that class were 1, 2, 9, 11, 3, 13, 5, 8, 10, 7, 6, 4, and 12. Currently in the ring is Division I Spring Heifer Calf.
Well, if this is indication what to look for the rest of the day, it's going to be awfully impressive, folks. Let's put our hands together and thank all these young exhibitors in this first division. Each class kind of had a little different twist to it, and that's good. I did actually go through and look at the numbers briefly. Obviously, I could twink them here and there, and we could say that with every one of them. And as we mate them, we're going to need to correct some of those things. But I think as you see these heifers, structure is what got most of these heifers to the top. And I'll just quickly talk these top five. The Baldy heifer that leads off, she has just that oppressive, she gets you when you look at her. She's very, very neat and attractive. And I like the way she puts a lot of things into a very nice package. She's extremely eye-appealing. I think she has enough muscle shape and enough body to be a very useful kind of cow, and I think she's one of the 3 or 4 that's definitely in the hunt here. Heifer right behind her is a heifer that's close to her. Maybe when you get her out on the move, she doesn't come off with as much neatness off her hind leg as the heifers maybe around her, but the young lady's got a very good heifer that come out of a very, very good class. Heifer right behind him that won the 3rd class is one that just kind of grows on you. The longer you look at her, there isn't much you'd have to really change about her. She's attractive. She looks like a heifer calf. in my opinion, needs to look. She needs to be youthful and fresh, and she does those things. And the longer I look at her, the more I like her. And she, too, is one of those that I'm considering. Heifer that wins the fourth class, that was a class for me that was a bit of a challenge. This heifer's strong, and in that class, I thought she was strong. She's extremely long-fronted. Again, a little plainer in her head for me, but a good kind of heifer that has some look to her. The heifer that completes this five, a very feminine heifer that's neat and attractive, and she probably gives you that really neat, attractive look. Again, maybe if I could change her, give her just a little more natural width to base, but it's a good kind of heifer. So I'm going to walk through them one more time, and I'm going to shake the hands of those two that are going to win.
Your Division I champion is entry 108, Sydney Beatty of Loveland, Colorado, with BTYL Wickatuna 322H. And your reserve Division I was entry 126, comes out of Class 3, Bailey Sigrist of Farina, Illinois, exhibiting KTE Hot Chocolate 0642H. Now entering the ring is Class 6 Junior Heifer Calves, born February 12th of 2020 to February 28th of 2020.
Well, a really, really tough class with a lot of quality heifers, and I'm not sure how we're going to get them to work so we can actually look at them. They're all kind of wanting to squirm and move, and maybe we're not doing it right as we line them up here to get them to where they feel at ease. But the heifer that leads off, to me, I think she just wins rather handily. She's neat to look at, and she's very cow-like through the bottom part of her body. Just very useful, and she moves okay. I think she moves okay in this particular class, especially. Just a good heifer with a lot of quality and a lot of look. And if you maybe could change her, she might say she's just a touch low-fronted, but that's a good kind of a heifer to me. Does a lot of the things right. The heifer that moves up a couple of notches, again, very neat to look at. Very long-hipped. I like the way she looks from the side view profile. I get her in motion. I can maybe just twink her just a touch off her hind two, but a good kind of heifer that has a lot of quality, and those two heifers to me are very, very neat and very attractive. Heifer in 3 is probably a little bit more robust when you get behind her. There's just a little more natural width and strength in her, and I kind of like that about her. She gets just a little not as pretty up through her neck and head and chest, just got a little more skin, but I think she's one of those that as she becomes a young mother, you're going to like and appreciate what kind of heifer she really is. That's a pretty good, useful heifer. A bit more moderate heifer in 4. Pretty useful in her design. I like her hip makeup. Again, she's a bit more moderate, just a touch choppy off her leg, but a good kind of heifer that has a lot of quality to her. Heifer the young lady has in the maroon shirt, very attractive from the side view, extremely neat in her top line. To me, she just gets a little frailer as we get into the lower part of her body as we compare her to those heifers in front. It's a good kind of a heifer. Strong wide-based heifer right behind her that really has some strength. Again, as I see her, she's a bit more moderate. That's a good heifer that has some good doing look to her, and I like that about her. Black heifer right behind her that was down on the end of the line as they came in, very long-bodied, long-hipped. I think as you look at her, you see a heifer that's going to transmit a lot of performance because of her length of body. I'd like to set her tail head down into her hip just ever so slightly. Red heifer behind him is very useful. She's skinny. I think as she gets something to her, you'll realize she's got some look to her. Young lady's heifer that completes the class, again, gets just a little plainer, but she's very useful and very brooding. She looks like she'll make a very good kind of a cow.
Placings in Class 6 junior heifer calves born February 12th through February 28th. First place is entry 172, Logan Mullen from Blythe, California, with UDE Princess 109H. Second was entry 186, John Vanderveen from Hartley, Iowa, with JSOL Proven Price 0265H. Third place was entry 181, Millie Lashment from Winchester, Illinois, with JPLF Rhythm H011. Fourth place was entry 183, Lucas Leafers from Edgerton, Missouri, with TAY Hollis Kate 8HET. Fifth place was entry 184, Brooklyn Welsh from Blandonsville, Illinois, with H50. Sixth place was entry 182, Sadie Robinson from Cushing, Oklahoma, with SKR Golden Girl. Seventh place was entry 187, Tristan Davis from Greenville, New Mexico, with JSOL Honey's Band 0121H. Eighth place was entry 178, Joseph Martinez from Live Oak, California, with AB Lola 016H. Ninth place was entry 179, Tori Morgan, Shady Point, Oklahoma, with Miss Wonder Worker. Placings in that class in your program are 1, 8, 9, 3, 6, 4, 5, 2, 7, scratch. Class 7 is currently in the ring, junior heifer calves, born February 1st of 2020 through February 10th of 2020. This is a friendly reminder that if you are in the building, please have your mask on.
Folks, we've run into one of these classes where they're really deep with a lot of quality. Let's show them our appreciation with a hand, and I'll talk them as they go out of the ring. There's enough quality here you could start the class with, in my opinion, any one of those three heifers, and I wouldn't argue too much with you. The heifer that leads off, to me, comes off the ground with a little better foot than the heifer in second. She's obviously wide-sprung and a lot to her, and maybe if you want to know my true opinion, you wonder if you maybe could just moderate these girls just a little bit. But big, strong, strapping heifer to lead off that moves very well, that has a big old hip in her. And she gets out with enough mobility that you have to like her. I think, though, the biggest difference between between 1 and 2 is their feet. She just has a better foot under her. And I just feel a little more secure about her longevity because of it. But I really like the quality and the look that she has. Now, when they came in, this heifer that's in 2 caught my eye because she's so neat and feminine-faced. And if you know me very well, I like a really feminine heifer. And so I wanted to start the class with her. I really did. I'd just like to see her have a little bit better foot under her. We do that, then I'd feel a whole lot better about her. But those are 2 very, very good heifers that have a lot of show ring eye appeal. 3 and 4, I switched. This heifer in third's actually very complete. She's very, very useful, and she's maybe not as long-bodied as the heifers on either side of her, but there's enough length there, believe me. I really think she has a very desirable hip, super hind leg, just very complete in her makeup. She's just in one of those classes where I'd like to have her a lot of times in a number of classes to win it because she has that kind of quality to her. Heifer in 4 is a long-bodied heifer that probably fits in length of body ways with the heifers in 1 and 2. To me, she's just a little plainer up front. This doesn't have quite the look of that heifer in 3, but she's a good heifer, long-bodied, just has a lot of brood cow look to her. Again, it's a tough class. Young man in the hat's got another very good heifer, and I think with you look at her length of spine and the way she comes out of her spine, she's more like the heifers that are right there with her than the heifers that are behind her. This is a good heifer that's, again, there's some heat. Heifer behind her, this young lady's heifer, has a very neat, attractive look. Probably doesn't handle herself and doesn't hold her top line like those other heifers when you get her out on the move. But again, she's got some quality and some look, and I don't think she's very useful. Young lady's heifer right in front of me gets a little weaker in her loin. Maybe doesn't have quite that look, but she's a good middle-of-the-road kind of a female. Baldy heifer behind is just a useful, sound-moving kind of a heifer. Maybe doesn't have the pizzazz or the bells and the whistles that those do in front, but she's very useful in her kind. She makes herself move very, very well. Red heifer's just lean. Again, she's very attractive and moves very well. I think she'll make this young man a very good kind of a cow. 2 heifers that complete the class are useful cattle. They're in, like I said, with the tough one. They're just a little plainer in the way they're designed, a little shorter in their stride.
Placings in Class 7 junior heifer calves born February 1st of 2020 through February 10th of 2020. First place is entry 201, Mercedes Ferree, Sullivan, Indiana, with Ratliff's Hard to Miss, 001H. Second place was entry 193, Seth Martin of Kingman, Indiana, with JSOL TSSC Beth Dutton, 0113H. Third place was entry 197, Riley Tim of Guernsey, Iowa, with Miss Reba, 137H. Fourth place was entry 192, Casey Bessie of Freeport, Illinois, with Brokers Felicity, 20H. Fifth place was entry 196, Brock Henderson of Wyoda, Iowa, with GVC Miss Honey. Sixth place was entry 191, Hannah Schwab of Wapakoneta, Ohio, with TJSC Knockout 29H. Seventh was entry 198, Candace Ellis of Bullard, Texas, with MLL Miss Red River 202H. Eighth place was a ride-in, entry 195, Haley Drake of Guthrie, Oklahoma, with Helm Farms Miss Houston 26H. Ninth place was entry 204, Christian Siegel of California, Missouri, with TT Blackbird H18. 10th place was entry 202, Aurora Pitzer of St. Grove, Kansas, with SFI Miss Profound H13D. And 11th place was entry 200, Jodon Harriman of Boynton, Oklahoma, with Phyllis. Placings in that class were 6, 4, 2, 5, 3, 7, 11, 1, 10, 9, and 8. Currently in the ring is Class 8, Junior Heifer Calves, born January 2020.
Well, as we complete this division, again, another very powerful class, and we've got some cattle at the top end of this that do a lot of things right. The heifer that leads off, kind of like the last two in the last class, she kind of dominates when you look at the body and the substance that she has and flexibility when you get her out on the moves. There's times when she's a bit awkward on her hind leg, but I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's just kind of the way she's made, and probably that extra little flex may give her some longevity. Very sharp in her neck and head, and for as big-bodied as she is, just a very useful kind of a female. 2 and 3 still give me a bit of a tough time as I see them, but I think in 2, the heifer that's in second, there's just a little more to her. I think as you look at her, there's a little more body length as well, and just a good, useful heifer that has a lot of quality. I like her kind very, very much. The heifer in 3, I contemplated moving to 2. I think as you look at her, she's just very good in her kind. To me, as you look at her from the side view profile, she maybe doesn't have quite the length of body that we see in those first 2, but there's enough quality in her kind and her structure that I like her. I think she's going to make a very useful cow. Those are 3 very good cattle. The heifer in 4 is big and stout, and obviously there's tons of performance. I'd like to moderate her just a bit. Her mature cow size would bother me a bit, but more importantly, I'd like to change the tail setting, the way she's made in her hip, just kind of angle it the other way. We do that, make her walk a little better, we get her in contention, but she's just a little bit awkward in the way she's going. Red heifer is one that actually kind of grows on me the longer I look at her. She's very useful. She's strong in her makeup. There's some real muscle in her when you look in her top and in her hip. I think she deservedly needs to be out here compared to those other heifers. Heifer right behind the red heifer is another very good, useful heifer. I think all these heifers in this class have a lot of quality to them. The young lady going across now has just a very good kind of a heifer that in a number of classes she'd have been up a number of spots. That's a good, useful heifer that's made nice, gives you a nice look, and she moves very, very well. Heifer behind her gets just a little different off her hind leg as we compare those in front of her, and that's why she lands where she does. Next young man in the cowboy hat has another very good, useful heifer. She's got just a touch of white on her head that gives her that look. She gets a little tighter in her flank, doesn't maybe quite have the movement off her hind two that I'd like to see, but it's a good heifer, very long in her kind. Heifer right behind her gets just a little coarser in her design, just like to give her some femininity, a bit more of a sharp look up through her front, feel better about her making a cow if she could do that. Heifer that completes the class just gets a little plainer, a little tighter in her flank, and she's just a bit greener. She'll make this young man a very good, useful cow, and he gets her mated to the right bull.
Placings in Class 8 junior heifer calves born January of 2020. First place goes to entry 211, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with RBS Blown Away H012. Second place was entry 205, Braden Adcock from Bartlesville, Oklahoma, with J-Soul Leaping Girl 0104H. Third place was entry 208, Carter Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois, with J-Boy Tammy 013H. Fourth place was entry 215, Carson Peterson of Whitesboro, Texas, with AAA Brokers Felicity 10H. Fifth place was entry 220, Carly Shutter of Frankton, Indiana, with SSS Cox Cow 01H. Sixth place was entry 207, Addison Albers of Wisner, Nebraska, with J-Boy Tammy 011H. Seventh place was entry 212, Carly McCracken of Alva, Oklahoma, with JPV HOF Miss Harper 067H. Eighth place was entry 218, Mason Hunter of White House, Texas, SNS Core Miss Princess 01H. Ninth place was entry 210, Delaney Chester of Oregoni, Iowa, with Why Not Glenda's Hadley 3H. And 10th place was entry 218, Jet Miller from Barnsdale, Oklahoma, with JTTM Gypsy's Money 01H. Placings in your program are 263, 917, 84, 10-5. Currently in the ring is Division II Champion Junior Heifer Calf.
Well, once again, let's put our hands together and thank all these exhibitors in Division II. I apologize for taking just a little longer than I'd like to, but these three heifers all come to the top of some awfully good classes with lots of quality. I'm going to look at them even a little more while we're talking. The young lady that wins the first class, I really didn't think we'd find one better in this division, and I think it's a matter of opinion if we have or not. This is a good heifer. She's made very nice. She's level made and hip and where her tail head sets and the body makeup, and she looks like a calf. She's youthful up through her neck and head. I like those things about her. If I was to twink her, maybe in her ankle as she comes to the ground, off her hind two as she watch her planet, but it's not a big problem. It's just that's what I change her. But she's a good heifer, really very pleasing to look at, and I like her, and she has a lot of quality to her. The heifer that was second to her is an awfully nice heifer as well. 2 and 3 was in Class 2, and the heifer that was second to her, that was a really nice pair of cattle. When I looked at them, and they're still minding if I could change my mind. But this heifer that wins Class 2 is solid. She's really good-footed. She really is good-footed, and I like the way she moves and comes to the ground on all four. That's her advantage in this trio. She's just very good to the ground, and yet with that, she has some eye appeal, and she's got a great big hip in her. I think as you look at her, she's just massive and strong in her makeup, but yet she's not wasty down through her lower third. They've kept her in a nice rig for as much look as she has. She just puts it into a very good package. The heifer that was second to her, like I said, I like that feminine look, that sharp front. If we could change her foot, she'd be in contention. Heifer that wins Class 3 is really broody. If she has an advantage in the group, it's down through the middle part of her body, and she is sharp and very feminine up through her neck and head. She has some muscle. She maybe doesn't have as much muscle as some of the other heifers out here, but she's so broody and so cow-like. But where I change her might be just in how she handles her hind leg just ever so slightly. So we have a few things that I'd twist and shake on each one of these heifers if I could. And I think when you look at them, you have to say, hey, these heifers are very nice. And the heifer that was second to this young lady that wins Class 3 is also very useful. I'm going to walk around them one more time and pick your champion reserve, and it's been a very good division.
Your Division II champion junior heifer calf it comes out of Class 8, entry 211, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with RBS blown away H012. And your reserve division comes out of Class 7, entry 201, Mercedes Ferree, Sullivan, Indiana, with Ratliff hard to miss 001H. Entering the ring next will be Class 9 senior heifer calves born November through December of 2019.
Well, as we start this new division, we're doing it with another really good group of cattle. A lot of depth and quality all the way, but this heifer that leads off is just really good. I like her kind an awful lot. I like her expression. I like her muscle expression. I like her leg makeup. She has a good enough foot. I just think she does a lot of things very well for me. I just like her kind an awful lot. And that doesn't take a thing away from this young lady's Baldy heifer. This heifer has a tremendous amount of quality. Now, when you compare them, she maybe isn't as long. There isn't as much heifer here as the heifer that wins, but this is a high-quality young lady's heifer that has a tremendous amount of look. I think she's very, very good, too. It's a nice pair of cattle to start the class. 3, 4, 5, it gets a little different. Young lady's heifer in third, to me, is more like these, especially the heifer just in front of her. She's not maybe quite not as feminine in her head as the heifer that's in 2 or 1, but this is a good, solid heifer that has some muscle. I like her hip. I like the way her tail head's set in her hip, and I like the way she comes off her hind leg. Big Baldy heifer right behind him is really deep and broody and cowy. She isn't maybe the show heifer those in front of her are, but I think she's going to make a really good kind of a cow. If I were to change her, I'd like to clean her up a little bit in her chest floor, but I mean, she is so long, and with that, she moves with some fluidness. I think she's just going to make a very good, long-lasting kind of a cow. Heifer that's right behind her, this heifer gets just she's long and she's tall. I'd like to see her maybe have a little more natural width to base to go with that tall. Just give her a little more length in front. She starts to get just a little jammed up. That's right, change her. Young lady's heifer behind her here, just moving out in front of me. Moderate made heifer that's going to be very useful in her size when she becomes a cow. Just useful in her kind, a little plainer jawed. That's right, change her. Moderate heifer, the Baldy heifer that's third from the end, but she's very flexible. She's very useful in her kind. She's very green. I think as you watch this heifer mature, you're going to think she's a pretty good kind of a cow. This is a pretty tough kind of a class. Heifer right behind her has more performance and grow, but just a little plainer in the way she's put together. I'd like to change that about her. Heifer that completes the class probably has a nice figure or two on her chart that maybe few don't have, but I'd like to change her structurally. I'd like to see her have just a little more look as we see her move.
Placings in Class 9, senior heifer calves born November through December of 2019. First place is entry 229, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with J-Soul Crystal's Lover, 9848G. Second place is entry 231, Maggie Griswold, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with GCC Y1 Rita, G238. Third place was entry 227, Finley Yoakum, Sapulpa, Oklahoma, with Lucy. Fourth place was entry 223, Haley Eads, Trenton, Missouri, TT Blackbird, G60. Fifth place was entry 228, Braden Buckwall, Lawton, Oklahoma, Woods, Chimera Katie, 9066G. Sixth place was entry 230, Katie Thompson, Winfield, Kansas, AVCC Master Love. Seventh place was entry 221, Mackenzie Arnold, Avery, Texas, with K3J Monkeys Style 40G. Eighth place was entry 225, Tori Morgan, Shady Point, Oklahoma, with Morgan Exquisite Night 933. And ninth place was entry 224, Riley Martin, Taylorsville, Kentucky, with CRSS Drumroll. Placings in the program are 7, 4, 9, 8, 3, 5, 1, 6, 2. Currently in the ring is Class 10 senior heifer calves born October of 2019.
Well, this is an awful nice class of heifers, and as they came in, I could tell that there was going to be a lot of depth and quality, and honestly, it's a deep class. The heifer that leads off, though, I'll have to tell you, as she came in, she struck me, and as she just kind of stays there. She's a bit more moderate, perhaps, than some of the other heifers, but I just like the way she comes off her hip and down to the ground on her hind leg. Yet she's broody through the middle part of her body. She isn't maybe as extended up through her neck and head or face as pleasing as some, but I just think she's the one that hits me with the most of the best. I could change her a bit numerically. If we could do that, that's where I'd change her probably more than phenotypically. She's made awfully good and has a lot of usefulness to her. Second, third, fourth get pretty close. This young lady's heifer in second to me is the closest to her. As I see her, she's just got a little more length of spine, which I'd say is a plus. As you get her out on the move, maybe not quite as pleasing off the way she handles from hooks to pins, but a good heifer that has some look and I think fits right there. The heifer right behind her may get just a little leveler and come just a little sweeter off her hind leg. Doesn't maybe have quite the look up front down through her chest floor, but a long-bodied, good, useful kind of a female that looks to me to be very practical in her kind. Heifer right behind her, another good, useful heifer with a big, powerful hip, has some spread in her pins. I like that. Maybe gets just a little bit chestier. If you could change her, that's where I would, but a good heifer that has a lot of look. Baldy heifer behind, I contemplated moving up a number of notches just in the way she holds her spine. But you get off to the side, there's just not as much heifer. She gets just a little narrower. That's why she lands where she does. I moved these pair of heifers up a notch just simply because they were more robust, and I felt they followed more what I was trying to do in the top end of the class. So both of these heifers are good, big-bodied kind of females that have some natural width to base and look like they're going to be easy-doing, big-bodied, muscular kind of heifers. The two I slid down a couple of notches. Very nice to look at from the side, very pleasing. The next two heifers, let's bring them both. And as you see them, though, they're not as wide-sprung and as wide as the heifers just in front of them. It's where they land. The three remaining heifers get just a little plainer in their look. They're useful. They have some performance. If we could change them, we'll have to do it probably with how we mate them.
Placings in Class 10, Senior Heifer Calves, born October of 2019. First place was entry 246, Macy Cullum, Perkins, Oklahoma, Wallace Arkdale Pride, 9155G. Second place was entry 247, Josie Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky, with RP BCR Built to Love, G103. Third place was entry 233, Avery McInvale of Lockney, Texas, with FBFS GG Goody 124G. Fourth was entry 240, Megan Clark from Grand Mound, Iowa, with PAL Warm Regard 14G. Fifth place was entry 241, Jordan Stevens from Ewing, Kentucky, with SBC Faith 750G. Sixth place was entry 236, McCoy Landwehr, Enid, Oklahoma, with PPCC Evening Tinge 438G. Seventh place was entry 235, Marley Reese of Shawnee, Oklahoma, with JSOL Doodat 9844G. Eighth place was entry 243, Brenner Sullivan of Woodbine, Iowa, with Miss Tilly Pound. Ninth place was entry 244, Reagan Amos of Gentry, Arkansas, with JSOL Poison of 249810G. 10th place was entry 239, Braden Blackburn of Marlow, Oklahoma, with Wood Chimera Katie 9064G ET. 11th place was entry 234, Ashley Purvine, Fay, Oklahoma, with ADP Grand Empress 936G. And 12th place was entry 245, Lee Owen, Taylorsville, Kentucky, with Gypsy Girl. Placings in that class were 3, 11, 7, 6, 10, 4, 5, 8, 9, 12, 1, 2. Currently in the ring is Class 11 Senior Heifer Calves, born September of 2019.
This class of fall heifers, not as many of them, but just as much quality. The heifer that leads off this class does it very, very well. She's very neat to look at. I like her head. I like the way her shoulder comes into her knee and down to the ground. Then she's very pleasing in her hip and the way her tail head and setting is. She's just a very pleasing kind of heifer that has a tremendous amount of quality to her. Not much I'd change. Heifers in 2 and 3 get a little bit closer. Young man's heifer that's in second, maybe just a little neater up where she gets her neck up out of her shoulder. Just a touch more feminine there. Maybe doesn't have quite the power that we see in 3, but 2 very useful heifers that are very complete. Heifer in 3's not quite as neat up front, but maybe has just a little more hip in her. Very nice pair of heifers. Baldy heifer that's in 4, just really long, and she has some natural width to base. Pretty pleasing in the way she holds her tail head. Maybe not as nice coming off her hind leg, but a very good kind of a female that's deep and broody. Heifer that completes the class is thinner. Maybe not as neat to look at, but a heifer that does have some length of body.
Placings in Class 11, senior heifer calves born September of 2019. First place goes to entry 253, Carver Gostomski from Arcanum, Ohio, with Jasol Crystal Price, 9816G. Second place is entry 250, Hayes Anderson from Purcell, Oklahoma, with AKP RP Miss Blackcap, G123. Third place is entry 254, J.C. Schomburg of Pierce, Nebraska, with Volkow G805. Fourth place was entry 255, Landon Smith from Rollin, Oklahoma, with AFCE Don't Stop Believing 940G. And fifth place was entry 249, Lee Owen, Taylorsville, Kentucky, Miss Jules. Currently in the class will be your Division III champion senior heifer calf.
Well, folks, I know we're getting down where we haven't got quite the numbers that we've had in the calf classes, but the quality's here. Let's give them a round of applause. These are awfully nice females. And the heifer that won the first class, actually the pair of heifers that come out of the first class, a tremendous amount of quality. You look at them from the side view profile, you get in front of them, you get behind them. They're good cattle. They have a lot of look. They look like females. They're just a lot of quality. The second pair of heifers, I really like this heifer that wins the second class. She's maybe a bit more moderate than either heifer on either side of her, but she's so neat and made so cow-like, and she's got some strength to her. Maybe doesn't have the pizzazz perhaps for some, but she's a good solid heifer, as well as the heifer that was second to her. This heifer that wins the third class, she's long spine. She's very attractive. With that length, there's performance. She has enough rib shape, very broody down through her lower third. Maybe not quite as pleasing in the way her tail head comes up out of her hip, but this is a very good kind of a female, as well as her counterpart there that was second to her. I think, though, there's one heifer out here that just has a tremendous amount of quality, and it'll be this young lady up here in the white shirt. Congratulations. You'll be champion.
Champion in Division 3 comes from Class 9, entry 229, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with J-Soul Crystal Lover, 9848G.
For reserve, I'm going to walk through them a bit more. I think it gets really challenging here for reserve. The three of these heifers are all in very much contention.
Your reserve in that division comes out of Class 10, entry 246, Macy Cullum, Perkins, Oklahoma, with Wallace Arkdale Pride, 9155G.
I must not get this right. Every time I try to turn it on, I can't, and I can't get it to go off.
Entering the ring next will be Class 12, senior yearling heifers born June through July of 2019.
Well, in our summer yearlings, we have a kind of a difficult one to judge, even though there's just 5. But I think the young lady's heifer to my right is the most pleasing when you look at her. She's very long-bodied, she's long-spined, she's long-hipped, yet she's very pleasing in the way she comes to the ground. She just has a phenotypic advantage to the other heifers in the class, and I think as you look at her head, everything's female, and I think she has enough natural width, but yet not over in any one area. I just think she's the most complete. The next two placings, it gets a little tighter. The heifer in second's just a little more upright off her front and off her hind two as well. But I think as you look at her length of body and her femininity, it keeps her in second. The heifer in third is extremely long as well, going to be moderate. I'd like to see her have just a touch more femininity in her neck and head. Just give her a little more neatness when you see her on the move off her hind two. She is the most like the two heifers in front of her. Heifer right behind her gets just a little rounder in her appearance, a little deeper in her chest, probably has just a little more condition down through her lower third. That's probably where I'd like to clean her up just a little bit, set that tail head down into her hip just ever so slightly. If we did that, we'd change how she comes off her hind two. Heifer that completes the class, just a little awkward in the way she wants to come together, not as extended. Probably doesn't have quite the undercarriage that those heifers in front of her have.
Placings in Class 12, senior yearling heifers born June through July of 2019. First place is entry 261, Riley Williams, Tecumseh, Oklahoma, with HNRX Lady 972G. Second place was entry 263, Daniel Taylor, Mount Pleasant, Texas, with AFF Greta. Third place was entry 259, Jade McPeak, Shakota, Oklahoma, with JMPK versus Sentinel. Fourth is 260, Cadence Ellis, Bullard, Texas, with FGL Gypsy Lady 617G. And fifth place was entry 258, Riley Martin, Taylorsville, Kentucky, with RMMF Bombshell. Placings in your program are 5, 3, 4, 1, 2. Currently in the ring is Class 13, summer yearling heifers, born May of 2019.
a really good class of summer yearling heifers, and I think all 5 of them are good cattle. It's kind of tough when you have to put one that's as nice as the young lady has to complete the class to be there, but I think in the top pair it gets really, really close. As you look at them, I like both these heifers an awful lot. I just think the more moderate heifer, with the length that she has and the rootiness that she has, is going to win the class. And I like her numerically just a touch better in a couple areas. And heifer that is in second is a little larger framed. And I think as you look at her of the two, she's probably got a bit more performance because of it. Those are 2 very good females, and they're sound enough, and they got good feet and legs, and I think they come to the top rather handily and very close in the call. The heifer in third is the power heifer, and I think we can all see she's strong and she's stout. And if she handle her top line better, then she wins the class. But that's where she gets in trouble with me. You kind of see her kind of come up in her loin and get right. She's just not comfortable enough in the way she comes out of her spine, and that's why she's third. But really a good-looking, attractive, powerful female. The 2 heifers to complete the class again are good cattle. This young man's heifer is very feminine, gets her nick up out of her shoulder very well. Maybe doesn't have the width of base of those just in front of her, but she's a good, useful heifer. Heifer that completes the class has a bit more muscle and a little more muscle expression. You get down low again, she maybe doesn't hold her spine as well as the heifer just in front of her.
Placings in Class 13, Summer Yearling Heifers, born May of 2019. First place was entry 269, Chase Anderson, Purcell, Oklahoma, with Quantum Magnum. Second place was entry 268, Avery Hagan, Yoakum, Texas, with SNS Sweet Southern Girl 966G. Third place was entry 267, Pepper Elmore, Wacomas, Oklahoma, with CLAC Diamond 729G. Fourth place was entry 264, Cody Klein, State Center, Iowa, with J-Boy Tammy 999G. And fifth place was entry 265, Haley Eads, Trenton, Missouri, with TT Blackbird G103.
Well, folks, let's liven this place up a little bit and give these folks, these exhibitors, a round of applause. This is an awfully good class of heifers. And the longer I look at them, the closer it gets. And it actually is more than just the first two. You got a heifer in 3 that's extremely good, and the heifer in 4 is pretty darn well, and the same right on down the line. As these two, though, come in at first, I'll have to tell you I had them in my mind the other way. And the longer I look at them and the longer I study them, I switch my mind, and normally I don't do that. The heifer that leads off, though, when I get off to the side and look at her, I see just a touch more femininity up through her neck and head. Just gives you a little bit neater look up through her chest floor. She's very pleasing from the side. They both move pretty much the same off their hind two, and maybe we could change that just ever so slightly on both of them, but it's not something that just makes a difference. I just think she's just a little neater, just a little more pleasant to look at from the side, possibly just a touch longer, and maybe just a very, very broody, both of them. The heifer in second, I think, is stronger hipped. I think there's just a little more power between her pins. She's got just a little more natural width there, and that's what I was going to use to be my reasoning to make her first. And then I think as I looked at her more from the side, she isn't quite as pleasing up through the front, but that's a pair of powerful heifers that are the right size to make brood cows, and they look good, and they're very similar in their type and kind. Nice pair of cattle. And again, that's I wouldn't want to be critical of the next two heifers. This Baldy heifer is very broody. She may be a little leaner than those first two, and to me that's an advantage. I think as you watch her move, she too moves very well. I think it's just a good, solid heifer that's just in with a pair of them that I like a bit better. The heifer in 4 is useful. I like her way she holds her top line and hip a bit better than the bigger heifer right behind her. She's more moderate maybe, but that's not going to have anything to do with this particular class. And when you watch her move, just watch her walk. She gets out and goes, still can hold her head up. That's a pretty good kind of a female. And the next two heifers are useful. These are good, powerful cattle in a very, very good class. As I just said, I'd like to set this heifer that's out here in the young man in the white shirt, just set her tail head down in her, just make her a little better there, and maybe change her off her hind just ever so slightly. And that's what gets this heifer on the end in trouble. She doesn't move quite as nicely as those in front, but this is a good heifer. She's got power. She's got a big hip. She's got some strength in her. Just a tough class.
Placings in Class 14, Spring Yearling Heifers, born April of 2019. First place is entry 274, Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas, with Steck WSCC Lucy 920G. Second place is entry 273, Sydney Beatty, Loveland, Colorado, with BTYL Nakona 215G. Third place is entry 275, Abby Emberson, Blanchard, Oklahoma, with JSOL Salty Poison 9375G. Fourth place was entry 271, Emma McLaughlin from Woodsfield, Ohio, with J-Boy Miss Heights 898G. Fifth place was entry 276, Keb Cunningham, Roston, Oklahoma, with HSC SSTF Miss Class 247G. And sixth place was entry 272, Carly Henderson, Wyoto, Iowa, with HRM Miss Blacklist G06. Currently in the ring is Class 15, Spring Yearling Heifers, born March of 2019.
Well, another really good class of big bred heifers, and it gets to be fine, minute details that separate these, especially these first four. The Baldy heifer that's going to win the class won the class when she first come in, and then I got to maybe overthinking just a little bit and put her second. But I just like the way she gets her neck up out of her shoulder. She's very pleasing in her hip, and I think as you watch her udder starting to form, it's okay. And numerically, these heifers don't change that much to use that as a criteria in this particular class, because I think she's the one that to me hits me the hardest as to being the one I like the best for a cow. She's deep and she's nice and she just put together very well. Second place heifer is very useful in her kind. I like this black heifer quite a lot. To me, though, there isn't as much length of body, and with that added performance in one is where they're going to stay in 1 and 2. I really like the neatness of this heifer in 3. She gives up some body, some size, some stoutness, and some length to the heifer right behind her, but she has a better foot under her, and I like her completeness. I just think that foot difference is enough to keep them switched the way I have them. Now, this young man's heifer in 4th is a big, broody heifer, and if we could change her hind leg and hind foot, she might win the class, and I say that very earnestly. I just like to change her foot. It bothers me enough that she's going to land in 4th. But a good heifer, moves good, big old hip. I like the power. I just like to see her have a better foot. Young lady's heifer right behind her, big and broody and soggy. Maybe doesn't have as much attractiveness up through her front as a couple of the others in front of her, but she's good. She's neat. And she looks like a brood cow from her muzzle to her tail. Baldy heifer may get just a little tighter up in her flank and not quite as pleasing off her hind two, but this heifer has some muscle and some hip in her. Heifer that completes the class, just not as much to her. She's got muscle, she's got top, she just doesn't have as much body as those in front of her.
Placings in Class 15, Spring Yearling Heifers born March of 2019.
displeasing off her hind two. White-legged heifer, that's where we get in trouble with her. She just doesn't stride out as freely as the heifers on either side of her. Heifer that completes the class, pretty broody, pretty useful in her kind, just a little plainer in the way she's made.
Placings in that last class, Class 17 Spring Yearling Heifers born in January of 2019. First place was entry 308, Morgan Jackson, Kaufman, Texas, with RRF Rita 215G. Second place was entry 305, Joshua Derbyshire from Morning Sun, Iowa, with J-Boy RJ Tammy 902G. Third place was entry 307, Chael Roberts from Absaroki, Montana, with DMCC Gala 115G. Fourth place was entry 303, J.C. Schomburg, Pierce, Nebraska, with Gonzier Bew Miss Stormy. Fifth place is entry 312, Hannah Topmiller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio, with TJSC Lily 19G. Sixth place was entry 311, Cameron Hine, Sealy, Texas, with SWC Annie's Girl in Red. Seventh place was entry 309, Abby Boakman, Watonga, Oklahoma, with Emmy Lou. Eighth place was entry 304, Morgan Brooks, Venus, Texas, with Socks. And ninth place was entry 313, William Nash III, Crosby, Texas, with Men 920G. Currently in the ring is your champion senior yearling heifer division. Placings on your program from that last class are 482, 31, 7659.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, let me ask you to put your hands together, for this might be as tough a division as we've had with a lot of heifers that are in contention. And I mean that. There's a number of really nice females out here, and obviously if we could look into a crystal ball in about 5-10 years, we'd know which one of these is the best. And I'm sure it could be one of these or any in the other class or on down in classes that become the mothers of herd bulls that we all want to have in the pasture. But phenotypically, as we look at these heifers, there's a lot of quality in them. The heifer that leads off, that wins the first class, that was probably the closest decision I had all day today between the two. They're so close and so nice, and so visually, as you look at them, so similar. They're very nice cattle, and they're going to have very nice udders, and they look like they're going to be very broody and pretty attractive up through the front. The heifers that win Class 2 and her counterpart that was in second, if I remember right, I think I switched them. This heifer, just very pleasing, this heifer that wins. So I just like her length and her femininity up through her front, broodiness down through her lower third, maybe carrying a little more condition down through her lower third, but that kind of gets to be common with these show heifers at this age. Heifer that was second to her, another very good, useful female. Heifer that wins Class 3 and the heifer that's second to her are a little differing in their kind. This heifer that wins is just a little broodier, maybe just a little easier keeping. But the heifer that's second to her is one of those that just catches my eye because she's so fresh and neat and attractive. But this heifer that wins the class has got the look. She's just very neat and attractive. She has that look when she gets her head up and her ears forward that she's just got some quality, and she knows that it's a nice kind of a female to win. Heifer that wins the last class, very broody, and if I told you before, and you probably heard me, I just like the way her udder's forming is versus two, but two very, very good heifers. So you can tell I like every one of these. I think their quality is just real, real good. But these two heifers that win the first two class, or the first class, are going to be your champion reserve.
Ladies were reserved. Yep. Champion in that division comes out of Class 14, entry 274, Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas, with STEC WSCC Lucy 920G. And your reserve in that division comes out of the same class, entry 273, Sydney Beatty, Loveland, Colorado, BTYL Nakona 215G. Next in the ring will be Class 18, Senior Yearling Heifers.
Late December senior yearling heifer this young man has, and as you can see, she's level made and she moves with some looseness to her spine. I like that, and I like her levelness as her tail head comes out. And she's broody, and as you see her udder starting to form, she's going to have a very nice widespread udder. So I like that about her. Very good, useful heifer.
First place in that class goes to entry 314, Logan Miller, Stroud, Oklahoma. Miss Ava, 519F. She was also the champion senior yearling heifer. Out of Division 1, your spring heifer calf champion was entry 108, Sydney Beatty, Loveland, Colorado, with BTYL Wicked Tuna 322H. Reserve in that division was entry 126, Bailey Sigrist, Farina, Illinois, with KTE Hot Chocolate 0642H. Your Division 2 champion was entry 211, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, RBS Blown Away H012. Reserve in that division was entry 201, Mercedes Ferree, Sullivan, Indiana, Ratliff Hard to Miss 001H. Your champion Division 3 was entry 229, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, J-Soul Crystal Lover 9848G. Your reserve in that division was entry 246, Macy Cullum, Perkins, Oklahoma, Wallace Arkdale Pride 9155G. Your Division 4 champion was entry 269, Chase Anderson, Purcell, Oklahoma, Quantum Magnum. Your reserve in that division was entry 268, Avery Hagan, Yoakum, Texas, SNS Sweet Southern Girl 966G. Your Division 5 champion was entry 274, Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas, with Steck WSCC Lucy 920G. Your reserve in that division was entry 273, Sydney Beatty, Loveland, Colorado, BTYL Nakona 215G. And your Division 6 champion was entry 314, Logan Miller, Stroud, Oklahoma, Miss Ava 519F.
While our judge, Kevin Jensen, is looking over his final champion drive here of our percentage female show, I just wanted to take a moment to thank our young junior board members that are out here in the ring that have worked very hard the last few days and still have a couple days left to go. So I want to thank them very much. I would like to introduce each one of them out here that has been with us here for the last couple days. We have Kara Smith, which is our president this year from the Eastern region. We have Rachel Dixon from the Eastern region. Matt Coverman, also from the Eastern region. Sarah Sweat from the South Central region. Lauren Trowernick from the North Central region. Sydney Swank from the Western region. Luke Harker from the Eastern region. Kennedy Early from the South Central region, Caitlin Cloud from the South Central region, and Grace Greiman from the North Central region. Let's give all these nice young AJSA Board of Trustees a round of applause for all their great help.
Well, again, let me say thank you. I've enjoyed working so far with these percentage heifers and look forward to the rest of the afternoon. But more importantly, let's give these young people a round of applause for bringing us a very good group of heifers. I think you can make a case for nearly every one of these heifers in the drive because of their quality as first and second. So sometimes the second heifers could, in many people's opinions, beat the heifers that I've out here. That's how good they are, and it's fun to work with them. And one of the things that you probably won't hear me get on my soapbox very often, but I really think we need to try to keep these show cattle in perspective, the real world. And honestly, as you get out here, I think these heifers do that. I think we sometimes start segregating our show cattle from what we're doing at home, and I don't really want to do that in our operation, nor should I ask you to do that. I think we need to keep those things in mind. I looked at the paperwork. I probably didn't make any decisions from it as much as maybe I thought I would, but a number of those figures are very valuable, and if they're proven and they come from proven folks, they're going to get even better, especially with the DNA. But I think as you look at these heifers, try to find cattle that have some look and some quality, have good feet and legs, and if we can keep those udders sound under them, that makes it even better, and we add to those longevity. And longevity is a very important part. We was talking earlier before we started the show about the stayability EPD and how valuable that is. It may be more valuable than anything we look at, especially as we get it more proven, because these cows that last longer make more money and last and don't have to be replaced. But I'll quickly talk about these heifers, and then I'll pick your champion. Your heifer calf, one's the first division. She's neat. She's attractive. She catches your eye, and there's just some real quality in her, like the muscle and the shape that she has, and she's got an undercarriage that looks like she's going to be a mother cow. Like that about her an awful lot. Her heifer that was second to her, maybe just a little different kind. She's got some real muscle in her, and I like the look that she gives us and the attractiveness that she has. Just a very good kind of heifer. The heifers that win Class 2 or Division 2, obviously you could tell in that division I was very close in my decision, and I really like both heifers for differing reasons. The big baldy heifer is so cow-like, and when you get her out on the move, she's mobile enough. And then the heifer that was reserved to her has just got a lot of real muscle shape in her, and she comes to the ground just so well. Those heifers are going to stay in my mind for a while. That's how close they are. I like both of them, and for a few different reasons. The December heifer that wins Division 3, she's unique. I think as we get to her and you look at her, she's so long, so calf-like yet and I just like the look that she gives, and she's just phenotypically really hard to not like. I like the way that she looks. Her reserve is more moderate and very broody, strong in her makeup, so strong that she gets maybe just not as neat in her shoulder as some would like. But I like that power and that width and that hip that she has, and I like her for, even though she's more moderate, I'm not sure I don't like her for a mama cow. She's really unique in her kind. The Baldy heifer that wins Division 4, very broody, very broody, very deep, big rib kind of a heifer. I like those things about her. Just the way she's made in her hip, maybe not as strong and as wide-based as some, but very cow-like. The heifer that was reserved to her, again, that was a close pair of cattle, and I like her type and her strength and muscle that she shows. Then we have the pair of heifers that won that last or next to last division that are so similar in their makeup and so nice in their kind. I just like their kind, and they're definitely in contention. And then our lone senior yearling heifer the young man has is very useful. Again, let's give them another round of applause, and I'll pick your champions.
Your champion percentage Simmental, junior percentage Simmental female goes to Division 3, entry 229, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, J. Soul, Crystal Lover, 9848G. And your reserve percentage junior Simmental female goes to entry 274 out of Division 5, Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas, STEC WSCC Lucy 920G. We'll take a short picture break to take a picture of the champion reserve, and then we'll roll right into the purebred show. We're going to begin our Junior Purebred Simmental show with Class 19 Spring Heifer Calves born June of 2020. We also want to remind you that if you are in the building, please have a mask on. Thank you.
This is the final call for Class 21. First call, Class 22. Well, as we kick off the Purebred show, we have some summer-born heifers that they're really close, really, because there is some differing things about them. This heifer that's not quite sure about being here, though, to me is the one that's the longest and the best in her hip. And there's some real muscle shape in her hip. She's wide pinned. I like that about her. She's just a pretty good kind of a heifer that's maybe not quite sure about her surroundings. 2 and 3 gets closer. I would like to change the way this heifer in second holds her spine. She kind of gets up in her top and just doesn't relax and move like I'd like her, and it changes her hip structure because of it. Heifer that's going to complete the class, a little more refined. I do like the way she handles her top line a bit better, but she's just a bit more refined than the 2 heifers in front of her.
Placings in Class 19, spring heifer calves born June of 2020. First place goes to entry 322, Owen Bullenbacher from Walkerton, Indiana, with H2O's Miss Gabby H62. Second place was entry 317, Ty Kitzrow from St. Charles, Iowa, with TK Hearts Diamond. And third place was entry 321, Lane Miller, Sealy, Texas, with Easy's Awesome Blossom 702H. Coming into the ring is Class 20, spring heifer calves born May 10th through May 22nd, 2020.
Well, as we get in the second class, I've got a real youthful heifer here to start the class. And besides being very youthful in her appearance, she also moves better than the next three heifers, and that's a deciding factor. Very attractive headed, neat, made nice, and I like her for her youthfulness and the way she looks. And she's not as wide-sprung maybe, but she's really, really neat and attractive, and she has an added a dimension where she can move that way. These heifers are a little further along right behind her. Obviously, they're going to mature a little quicker, and they're big-bodied, high-performance kind of cattle. This heifer that's in second, I moved up a notch. There's a lot there. She's strong in her makeup, just a little short in her stride. That's why she lands in second. Heifer behind her, actually API-wise, is a little stronger, and I like that about her. I'd like to lift her up a little bit at her shoulder and just see her move a little freer as well. Heifer that I had in second is pretty big and powerful. You look at her on the side view profile when she's on the stand, you really like her. Get her in motion, though, and then I'd just like to change the way she comes off her hind two, just a little too short-strided. Black baldy heifer right behind her. I'd like to set her tail head down in her bit. Get past that. She's pretty useful, has enough rib. Next baldy heifer, just a little tighter in her flank, not quite as neat in the way she comes out of her leg and tail head. Red heifer's a little narrower. Like to see her have a little more width to base for her frame. Heifer that completes the class is just made a little bit plainer off her hind leg and her hip.
Placings in Class 20, spring heifer calves born May 10th through May 22nd of 2020. First place is entry 333, Cade Roeder, Aletta, Illinois, with JPLF share 07H. Second in that class was entry 325, Victoria Hauser, Minneapolis, Kansas, Wood, Miss 0223HET. Third place was entry 329, Blake Fabrizis, Carr, Colorado, KLER Rain Marie 083H. Fourth in that class was entry 334, Carter Cornegie, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Bailey Soul Mayflower 5H. Fifth in that class was entry 324, Cameron Travis, Oblong, Illinois, KDP Miss Hoya Astor. Sixth was entry 332, Victoria Concha, Lufkin, Texas, with DUX Haven. Seventh was entry 331, Joshua Bailey, Elkins, Arkansas, with KSIG Miss Ruby Rush, 14H. And eighth was 327, Riley Martin, Taylorsville, Kentucky, with RMMF Lady Ace. Placings in your program were Scratch 52837614. Currently in the ring is Class 21 spring heifer calves born May 4th through May 9th of 2020.
In the makeup area, there is only one person allowed plus the exhibitor of each animal. If you do not currently have an exhibitor in the ring or in the makeup area, or there's more than one of you with that animal, you need to leave the makeup area, please. Thank you.
Well, this top trio of heifer calves have got some unique things about each and every one of them, and I'm going to use the one that I think's the neatest. When you get back off and look at them from the side, she's kind of gives you that real neat, attractive look that, no, she's not as robust as the heifers right behind her, but she's just made nicer. When you look at her, she's a little cleaner and not tidier up front, just a bit more feminine in her head and very pleasing off her hind leg. I just think she's got a world of future to her. I like the strength and the boldness and the muscle in the heifer too. I like that about her quite a bit. She's a little bit rounder in her appearance, maybe a little quicker in her maturity, maybe not quite as clean up through her front, and that's how I see those two. Heifers in third, pretty neat and attractive, kind of a heifer calf. As I see her, she's pretty neat. She's made nice. She's going to make this young man a pretty pleasing kind of a cow. Those three heifers, I'm sure, will get bubbled around quite a few times because they're both all three very useful. This red heifer's actually got some quality to her. I really like her attractiveness, the way she gets her neck up out of her shoulder. She's very pleasing in her hip and got some width in her pin. She may be just a little upright in her shoulder. I'd like to see her have just a little more slope there. Baldy heifer behind her is probably the highest performing heifer in the class. Like to just set her tail head down in her hip, maybe just neaten her up just a little bit in her neck, but a good heifer. The four remaining heifers are useful. This is a nice class of cattle. I think as you look at them, you can see there's not much differing in them. The heifers that are in fourth from the end are just a little bolder than the two heifers to complete the class, but a very nice class of purebred heifers.
Placings in Class 21, spring heifer calves born May 4th through May 9th of 2020. First place in that class goes to entry 337, Madeline Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma. Conley, she's a star, age 575. Second in that class was entry 341, Maggie Griswold, Stillwater, Oklahoma. GCC Satin Lace, 174H. Third is entry 335, Ty Kitzero, St. Charles, Iowa, TK Gloria. Fourth was entry 342, Isabella Locke, Tulare, California, J Soul, CRKS, West Coast Mary, H021. Fifth place was entry 338, Braden Buckwald, Lawton, Oklahoma, J Soul, Bailey's, Due North, 0475H. Sixth was entry 344, Kendall Raff, Rockport, Indiana, JAE Miss Mayo. Seventh was entry 343, Luke Horton, Ben Wheeler, Texas, PLJ ECS Miss Harper, 64H. Eighth was entry 340, Michaela Hesseltine, Orange Grove, Texas, HHSF Raven, H139. And ninth was entry 336, Riley Whitaker, Ranger, Texas, PL Ledger 097H. Placings in your program are 391582476. Currently in the ring is Class 22, Spring Heifer Calves, born April 15th through April 29th, 2020.
Well, another very good class of late spring-born heifer calves, and there's some diversity in here. The heifer that leads off is just awfully powerful. I think as you look at her through the middle section of your body, I don't think we need heifer calves with any more lower swoop, as we call it, than she has. But a really good heifer that has some look and some quality. And if I were to change her, I'd like to see her just get out and come off that hind leg a little bit better. The heifer in second does do that, and I notice in the API department, though, she's really not as good as I'd like her to be, but it's really good, attractive heifer that has some moving ability, and I like that about her. And the young man's done a really good job of showing her. It's a nice pair of cattle to start off with. I switched 3 and 4. I thought 3 was a bit more like the heifer calves that I'd started with. She's a youthful kind of a heifer calf that has some look, and to me, she comes off her hind leg just pretty usefully. Heifer behind her just starting to get a little bit excess condition down through her lower third. Kind of takes away from her freshness, and that's why she lands where she does, but good heifer with a lot of performance. Baldy heifer behind him starts to get just a little more extreme. I'd like to see her have just a little more in relationship for her frame, but a good heifer that has some look. Red heifer calf right behind her isn't wanting to show very well, but I like this heifer calf. I think she looks like a real brood cow to me. Down through her lower third, I like that. I like the rib and the volume that she has, and she appears to be a very easy-keeping kind of a female. Once she's been to a show or two, she'll probably want to act a bit better. Heifer right behind her is a heifer I moved up a couple of notches too. Just a useful kind of a female that has some look to her and feminine. I like her hip, and just a nice heifer calf. The 4 remaining heifers, they start to get just a little plainer, either in the front or the back as you watch them walk out. Balance is probably what gets them in trouble, but they're very useful, high-performance kind of a set of calves to start this class and end with.
Placings in Class 22, spring heifer calves, born April 15th through April 29th of 2020. First place, entry 347, Cale Robinson, Cushing, Oklahoma, JBSF Holly 045H. Second was entry 355, Colt Rotor, Aledo, Illinois, JS Tamara 88H. Third place, entry 352, Clint Maine, Seymour, Indiana, PSCS, Miss Bankroll, 422H ET. Fourth place was entry 354, Henry Stevensmeyer, West Point, Iowa, GSC Scarlet, H49. Fifth place was entry 357, Courtney Keaton, Anderson, Missouri, Miss Ever After. Sixth place was entry 358, Jet Birdwell, Kingfisher, Oklahoma, HSC Marble, 031H. Seventh was entry 353, Harrison Wicker, Rushville, Indiana, BESH, Miss Lowly, H334. Eighth was entry 351, Cash Rumpel, Decatur, Indiana, BESH, Miss Elmore. Ninth was entry 350, Landon Smith, Roland, Oklahoma, TL Miss Mercy, 40H. 10th was entry 356, Addison Kennedy, Wagner, Oklahoma, Loaded Leanne, H220. And 11th was entry 348, Luke Herr, Arcadia, Indiana, MLCC Looker, H71B. Placings in your program for Class 22 are 1, 11, 9, 8, 3, 7, 4, 2, 10, 5, and 6. Currently in the ring is Class 23 spring heifer calves born April 1st of 2020 to April 14th of 2020.
win this class of April heifers. We've got some diversity and some differences in these 4 or 5 heifers, but the heifer that leads off is just being blunt. She's just a little more to her. There's just a little more heifer here, and she's so strong in her makeup. She's agile enough on the move. As I said a couple of classes ago there, I'd almost like to tidy him up a little bit down through their lower third at this point, but a good heifer that has some look and some strength, and she's mobile enough and very, very correct when you look at her from the side view profile on the stance. Heifers in second, third, fourth, a little bit different. This heifer that's in second's probably just a teeny bit cleaner, just a little bit neater in her appearance. She's also a little flatter in her jaw, and she's probably a little bit more pleasing off her hind leg, and that's probably why she lands in second, is she's just pretty useful in her total makeup. She's just a complete kind of heifer that, if I could change her, may like to set her tail head in her just a little bit differently, give her a little more strength in her jaw. Heifer behind her is one I contemplated moving up a couple of notches. She's so long-bodied, long hipped. She can give you that time. She can give you a look that she really needs to get up there, and then she'll kind of get a little bit homely when she doesn't want to do that. But this is a good heifer. I like her attractiveness, her strength, and that's an awful close pair. She can give you a look once in a while that's really, really good. Heifer right behind her gets just a little more rounder in her appearance, and when she does that, she doesn't look as nice or as deep in her flank. That's probably where I'd change her, but she's mobile enough. She has some muscle in her. I like that, especially when you get her on the move. Heifer behind her's a bit more refined and upright, a heifer that probably just like to have a little more in relationship to her frame. She's pretty tall, and I just like to see her have a little more to her for her height. Heifer behind her, the baldy heifer, and the young man in the light blue shirt, a heifer that gets a little deeper in her chest, maybe not as neat to look at from the side view, but pretty practical when you get her out on the move. There's some rib and some volume in her. I think she'll make him a pretty high-performance, moderate kind of cow. Black heifer right behind her. The young man's having some issues like I am with these glasses fogging over, and I feel for him. But this is a good heifer. I like her head. She's just got that attractive look to her. I like that about her. And this is a heifer that has some quality, and I think gets on into next summer. He'll be very pleased with how she does. The 3 remaining heifers are just useful kind of cattle. I think the 2 that I moved up a notch, just a little more frame, to complete the class with a heifer that gets just a little plainer up front.
Placings in Class 23, spring-born heifer calves, born April 1st of 2020 through April 14th of 2020. First place is entry 369, Ryland Jackson, Mesquite, Texas, RBS Diamonds Lady, H0171. Second place is entry 359, TJ Mills, Granola, Kansas, KJSC PCC Holly, 009H. Third place is entry 478, Paisley Schick, Clinton, Illinois, SF Nikki, H8. Fourth place is entry 366, Braden Callis, Minko, Oklahoma, BKC, highly favored. Fifth place, entry 371, Tyler Miller, Armington, Illinois, CNW Jackie. Sixth place is entry 370, Braden Callis, Minko, Oklahoma, BKC, Glitter. Seventh place, entry 365, Andrew Talbert, Onarga, Illinois, KDP, Miss Hoya Daisy. Eighth is entry 364, Laura Jackson, Piggott, Arkansas, TOSH, Hot Date, 11H. Ninth is entry 367, Jenna Donaldson, Enid, Oklahoma, Shakira, 16H. And 10th is entry 360, Laney Sasser, Edmond, Oklahoma, TCCC Perfection, H12C. Placings in your program are 2, 10, 8, 7, 4, 9, 1, 3, 6, 5. Currently in the ring, we have Class 24 Spring Heifer Calves, born March 19th through March 31st of 2020.
can probably tell I'm not getting quite where I want in this particular class, but I think as the heifer that leads off, the more I look at her, the more I just like her as being the most complete. When she gets a little tighter in her flank, but she's deep ribbed and big bodied, and I think there's enough slope in her shoulder in her from hooks to pins in the right direction versus when we get them too upright. I just think when we get her off the side view profile, there's just enough more power in her versus the second heifer. You use her to win the class. She's up-headed. She's attractive. She's got some power and some middle to her. I moved the next heifer up a notch, too, just simply because of the way she carries herself down in her undercarriage. She's just a little neater in her way she moves. Obviously, both heifers give up some performance to the heifer in third, but I think they're very adequate, and they just have a little neater look in their structure and their balance. This big-bodied heifer in third is tremendous when you think of just rib and volume and body. Of course, she's not really wanting to act her best, too, and that hurts her. But I'd like to change her off her hind leg. We do that, and just the complexion of her hind leg just needs to be a little neater and a little more flexible. I'd like her a lot better. Heifer behind her is another long-spined heifer that really has some power to her. She gets just a little deeper in her chest, probably not quite as attractive in her neck and head, but that's a good heifer. She's solid, and there's some things about her you have to like, and she's just deep and massive in her kind. Young man heifer right behind her is an extremely long-sided heifer. That I like that about her. She gets out and moves fairly well. Maybe not got the pizzazz those heifers in front of her do when you just take a quick look at her, but it's a good heifer. Just gets a little plainer in her head. Big baldy heifer, I moved up a couple notches, is deep and powerful and highly performance-oriented. She's a little shorter in her stride. That's why I had her down there to begin with. But this young lady's got a power cow. She's going to make her a very good, useful client. Young man in the orange shirt's got a good heifer that gets just a little tied up on her flank. Just like to drop her down there. The two remaining heifers are just a little useful kind females. As you look at them, they're just a little plainer in their design. Very good class of heifers. Very challenging class of heifers.
Placings in Class 24, spring-born heifer calves, born March 19th through March 31st of 2020. First place is entry 376, Catherine Fancher, Huntsville, Arkansas, CTN Harlow, H556. Second place was entry 375, Lane Lasnick, Painesville, Ohio, SVJ Miss Brookie's Mark, H109. Third place was entry 380, Delaney Meredith, Bargersville, Indiana, LAA Miss Ebony's Crocus, 2932H ET. Fourth was entry 373, Emerson Tarr, Leroy, Illinois, RF Felicia, H645. Fifth place was entry 377, Cale Robinson, Cushing, Oklahoma, SKR Daisy's IVD. Sixth place was entry 378, Darby Darbone, Duncan, Oklahoma, MME, Surrenders Angel, 051H. Seventh was entry 379, Laramie Blakely, Oologah, Oklahoma, STC, Cinderella Time, 0116. Eighth was entry 409, Hallie Horan, Pawnee, Oklahoma, FGL Head Games, 323H. Ninth was entry 374, Joshua Bailey, Elkins, Arkansas, HL Ombre, H28. Placings in your program are 492158 Currently in the ring as Class 25, spring-born heifer calves, born March 6th through March 18th of 2020.
Well, folks, let's put our hands together and thank this group of young people. This is an awfully good class of heifer calves. There is a tremendous amount of quality that just runs all the way through. Obviously, the big-bodied, stout heifer is the one that's going to start off just powerful in the way she's designed. I could maybe refine her just a little bit, maybe give her just a little more length up through her neck and head as you see her neck come up out of her shoulder. That may be where I'd change her. Boy, she's powerful hip, though, and very pleasing on the move, and just so her body cavity is just so capacious that it's just hard to not start the class with her. The heifer in second, the more I looked at her, she deserves to be second. This is a long, youthful heifer calf that's extremely long on her side, and I like her structure, like her joint structure, I like her length of body. It's an awfully good heifer calf. This, like I said, this is a good class. The baldy heifer that took my eye at the beginning is probably gives up some performance and stoutness to these heifers in front of her, but this is a high-quality heifer calf. She's one that's going to be a front pasture cow, no doubt. I like her look and her kind and her just the eye appeal that she gives you. Today she does give up a little performance, but I think quality just shines, and she's very, very good, and I like her an awful lot. Heifer behind her is another neat, attractive heifer. She's a little deeper ribbed than the heifer just in front of her. She's probably not as neat to look at from the side view profile, but this young man's got a high-quality heifer that really you can't be very critical of her with the quality that she has. Same holds true for the white-faced heifer. She's a good heifer. She moves very good. She has a very desirable hip. She's very neat and clean down through her underline. Again, she needs to be out here in this top group. That's a high-quality kind of heifer calf. Then as we get into the next four heifers, as you look at them, their body type's very similar to the heifers in front of them. They're not as neat, probably don't move quite as well, but I think as you look at them, you'll see how tough this class is. Another outstanding class, spring heifer calves.
Placings in Class 25, spring heifer calves born March 6th through March 18th of 2020. First place is entry 384, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, Bar QH JBSF Raven. Second was entry 388, Megan Brown, Greenville, Texas, KCC1 SWC Harmony 847H. Third was entry 393, Kinsley Latinga, Wayland, Michigan, UDE My Oh My 149H. Fourth was entry 392, JW Teets, Lost River, West Virginia, CLAC Diamond 510H. Fifth was entry 390, Kyra Burgraff, Manford, Oklahoma, J Soul, Mary's Proud 0341H. Sixth was entry 381, Cameron Clapp, Montezuma, Indiana, STCC Simply Lila 0033. Seventh was entry 385, Sadie Robinson, Cushing, Oklahoma, SKR Say Win. Eighth was entry 395, Callie Shine, Gary, Oklahoma, J Soul PCC Pistol Mary 0128H. And ninth was entry 382, Lane Blankenship, Orlando, Oklahoma, ECSS Hattie 0H012. Placings in that class on your program were 6, 9, 1, 7, 2, 5, 4, 3, and 8. Currently in the ring is class 26, spring-born heifer calves, born March 2nd through March 4th of 2020.
Well, another deep class, and don't want to sound like a broken record, but another very deep class. And I think the deciding factor for using this Baldy heifer in my mind is her soundness. As you watch her move, she's got a good foot under her. She carries her legs, and they all come to the ground very well. She can pick her head up, yet there's some depth to her and some rib and some volume. She's very attractive. And as the more I watch her walk, she has an advantage to the heifers just behind her in soundness, just in the way she moves, and should have some longevity because of it. Just a very good kind of a female. Heifer behind her is really stout. She really has a lot of rib and volume, and she's stronger. She's probably a bit wider based than the heifers on either side of her. She's starting to get a little excess condition down through her lower chest, and that kind of probably takes away from her freshness, especially when we compare to the heifer that wins. But a good kind of a female that's powerful in the way she's designed, extremely powerful. Heifer right behind her is a little deeper bodied kind, maybe not as muscular as the heifer in second, but I like her. I think she has some length, and again, she's pretty useful. When you get her out on the move, she isn't as freewheeling as the heifer that wins, and that's why she lands where she does. Heifer behind her, the other Baldy heifer, just a pretty darn high-quality kind of a female, and has some volume and some rib, and those first four heifers just kind of separate themselves, in my opinion. Heifer right behind her, the next bald-faced heifer, just a little more extreme in her kind. She's just maybe like to see her have just a little more body in relationship to her frame. But I like her. She's extremely neat, long-sided, and attractive, just like to have a little more through the middle part of her body. The red heifer, I moved up a few notches. She's probably just a little more cow-like than the two heifers behind her. A little plainer in her head and her jaw, but she's long-sided, long-hipped. Just think she's going to be a little broodier. Heifer behind her gets a little more extreme and cut up in the flank, and the heifer that completes the class, I'd like to see her just be a bit more feminine and change her off her hind leg as you see it hit the ground.
Placings in Class 26, spring heifer calves born March 2nd through March 4th. First in class was entry 396, Cash Pratt, Pueblo, Colorado, BTYL Lady Puma, 311H. Second in class was 401, Jaron Gerties, West Point, Iowa, J Soul to Infinity, 0330H. Third was entry 406, Houston Free, Sullivan, Indiana, Steck, WSCC, PAL Lucy, R044H. Fourth was entry 404, Braden Cole, Excelsior Springs, Missouri, Volk Porsche, D331. Fifth was entry 402, Megan Brown, Greenville, Texas, STCC, RJ, Lady, 051H. Sixth was entry 408, Braden Rowling, Hempstead, Texas, Smith, Gracie, Cool Vibe in red. Seventh was entry 403, Dakota Norman, Montgomery, Texas, Smith, Gracie, So Sharp in black. And eighth was entry 400, Jordan Falkenstein, Franklin, Nebraska, WWC, Miley, 7H. Placings in your program is 1, scratch, scratch, 8257436. Currently in the ring, we're Division I Champion Spring Heifer Calf.
Well, I was lucky enough this summer to judge the Simmentals at what was going to be the Iowa State Fair, and then they had to have it a couple of weeks later at the fairgrounds. And the same thing is kind of showing true as then. When we get into purebred show, it gets every bit as tough, or maybe even possibly a little tougher than what it was when you had the hybrids out here. So hats off to you breeders for doing that, because obviously the biggest genetic change you can make is with these purebreds to make those half-bloods and three-quarters. So I think the quality runs deep. There's lots of good ones, and there's some diversity and differences in their kinds. I'm going to walk through them again, and then I'll shake the hand of your champion in reserve. But let's give them a round of applause. This is an excellent set of heifers.
Your champion springborn heifer calf comes out of class 25, entry 384, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, bar QHJBSF Raven. Your reserve comes out of the same class, class 25, entry 388, Megan Brown, Greenfield, Texas, KCC1 SWC Harmony 847H. Next in, we'll have Class 27 Junior Heifer Calves, born February 18th through February 29th of 2020.
Well, this is one of those classes where there's a lot of pretty useful kind of cattle, and you hate to put anybody on the end of the class because there's going to be some good productive females all the way through here. This blaze-faced heifer that started off the class, so to me is just real useful in the way she's put together. There's probably a deeper heifer in second, but a really good heifer to start the class with a lot of balance. And if you were going to change her, maybe get her neck just a little bit more out of her shoulder, but she's pretty useful kind of a female that has a neat, attractive look, and I think she wins the class rather handily. The heifer in second's deep, big rib, deep rib kind of a female that doesn't have quite the look up front, doesn't have quite the extension, and just maybe going to be a little quicker in her maturity. Heifer right behind her just doesn't want to get off her hind leg and move quite as well, and just the way she plants her hind foot I'd like to change, but a good heifer that has some look and some balance, some muscle in her. Young lady in the yellow shirt right behind her, another really long-sided, high-performance kind of heifer that has some look. Maybe isn't quite as pleasing when you look at her from the side view through her front throat latch in the area, but a good heifer that has some strength. The four remaining heifers, you could juggle many which ways. The young man's heifer moving out, though, just had more doability and stuff to her, and that's why she landed. And the other two heifers right now moving out are long-bodied, useful kind of cattle. And then the young lady that ends up the class, she just doesn't fit between them or in front of them, but a good heifer to complete this class. Nice class of heifer calves.
Placings in Class 27, Junior Heifer Calves, born February 18th through February 29th of 2020. First place is entry 416, Hannah Schwab, Wapakoneta, Ohio, TJSC Diamond, 312H. Second place was entry 410, Paige Lusick, Chardon, Ohio, CCS, TSSC, SFC Special Summer. Third was entry 413, Jamie Hoblin, York, Nebraska, Guardian Angel 032H. Fourth was entry 415, Mackenzie Dewberry, Oilton, Texas, KMR, Have Her Mark. Fifth was entry 411, Bentley Lock, Cameron, Oklahoma, CLAC Diamond 400H. Sixth was entry 412, Ty Kitzrow, St. Charles, Iowa, TK Hearts Gym. Seventh was entry 414, Carson Peterson, Whitesboro, Texas, PL Right to Love 015H. And eighth was entry 242, Mackenzie Arnold, Avery, Texas, Brooks Smith H93D. Placings in your program for Class 27 are 82563741. Currently in the ring is Class 28, Junior Heifer Calves, born February 5th, 2020 through February 17th, 2020.
a really good class that just kind of come together rather quickly for me, and I'm really suited with how they did it. The heifer that leads off the class is she's pretty good. She's pretty neat. She's really neat hipped, like her hind leg, like the way she gets her neck up out of her shoulder. Just like a lot of things about this heifer. A lot of quality in her. She's got enough width in her chest, but yet she's not coarse. Pretty attractive. She's kind of one of those that says, just try and beat me. She's a pretty good kind of a heifer. Heifer right behind her, her and 3 are both very useful cattle. The heifer that to me is in second probably follows a little closer to the type. The heifer that's in first, change her a little bit, maybe from hooks to pins. The slope's the right direction, just maybe not as pleasing to some folks, but I think she's a pretty good kind of a female. I like this heifer in third. She's got a lot of body and some muscle, maybe not quite as attractive in her head and just the way it attaches down into her shoulder, but a little maybe lower fronted perhaps, but a good heifer that has some quality to her. Blaze face the young man has moving out now gets just a little short strided, but she's a good heifer. She's got body and substance, and when you look at her from the side view profile, she gives you a nice look. Just a pretty good kind of heifer that's starting to put a little condition down through that chest floor, and she's a touch up right up in her shoulder. And I contemplated switching her with the Baldy right behind her. This heifer is a bit more fluid in her movement, just not quite as neat and attractive from the side, but that's a good heifer. That's a good pair of cattle. The blaze face heifer right behind him gets just a little short in her stride as you watch her walk. We change that, then she even makes it tougher because those are all good, useful, high-performance heifers there. Black heifer right behind her, a young lady with the vest on, not quite as neat and attractive up through her head, a little more chest, but a good heifer. She's got some body and substance and complete the class with a bit more moderate-made heifer that isn't as pleasing off her hind leg.
Placings in Class 28, Junior Heifer Calves, born February 5th through February 17th of 2020. First place is entry 417, Trent Wagey, Turlock, California, Miss Catching Dreams. Second is entry 421, Samantha Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio, TJSC Cinderella 313H. Third was entry 422, Lauren Frederick, Sterling, Kansas, SFI, Miss Apple Pie H5. Fourth was entry 429, Lane Alexander, Hempstead, Texas, SJCC DTF Daddy's Hope H101. Fifth was entry 424, Riley Cullum, Perkins, Oklahoma, BTYL Lioness 305H. Sixth was entry 517, Claire Morgan, Egan, Louisiana, BTYL Mitzi May 307H. Seventh was entry 423, Ashley Purvine, Fay, Oklahoma, DMCC Harriet 10H. And eighth was entry 426, Callie Heaton, Washington, Texas, BC BLK Star 0128H. Placings in your program for Class 28 is 1, 2, 3, 7, 5, 8, 4, 6. Currently in the ring is Class 29, Junior Heifer Calves, born January of 2020. I've said it multiple times today, but please, if you are in this building, put on a mask. If we are going to continue to run this show and finish out the day, we need you to have a mask on. Thank you.
Well, a real nice heifer to start this class. And to be honest with you, the heifer behind her is close to her. But this heifer is awful pleasing to me when I look at her for just completeness. She's not going to just blow you away in any one direction, but there's really not much wrong with her either. She's pleasing. She's long-bodied. She's feminine, good foot, puts it down to the ground pretty well. Just like the things that she shows me pretty well. She's maybe not super pretty or super sexy in her head, but I think when you get past that, that's probably me trying to find something to say I'd like to change, because she's pretty good kind of a heifer. I originally thought maybe I'd start with the heifer in second, and when you look at them but get them back off, she just isn't quite as much heifer as the heifer in first, but that's a nice pair of cattle that fit together very, very well. Not much you'd change about either one of them, or it'd have to change, and they'll mate to a lot of different bulls and do good things. A bigger framed heifer in third, maybe not as neat and attractive up in her neck and head, but really a good heifer, a lot of strength and power and bone, but yet she's pretty flexible on the move, high performance. It's a good heifer that really, if you're going to say an advantage over the other two is there's more heifer, just not as neat to look at. Heifer behind her is extremely long-bodied, the longest heifer in the class. She doesn't have quite again, as neat a head and neck as some of the other heifers in front of her, but that's a good heifer with a lot of hip and a lot of movement that I like, and agile enough, just a pretty darn useful kind of a female. Heifer behind him isn't quite as neat off her hind leg, this young lady in the white shirt. Doesn't maybe hold her spine together like those heifers in front, but she's a good heifer, deserves to be there. Blaze face heifer gets just a little plainer when you get off her hip. Doesn't have quite the power in her, but that's a neat heifer this young man has. He'll have a brood cow there. Three remaining heifers are a little different. This young lady in the light yellow shirt's got a powerful kind of a heifer that's just maybe one of those that you may not appreciate till she becomes a young mother, because she's not as pretty up through her front, but that's a big-bodied, high-volume female. Baldy behind her gets just like to see her have a little more rib and volume. Heifer that completes the class, just like to give her a little bit of femininity up her neck and head.
Placings in Class 29, junior heifer calves born January of 2020. First place was entry 437, Dakota High, Ozark, Missouri, RRF Lola 208H. Second was entry 435, Grayson Welsh, Blandonsville, Illinois, NFF Misdesign H036. Third was entry 432, Delaney Chester, Oregoni, Ohio, Rockin' Sea, Veronica. Fourth was entry 439, Mabry Shike, Clinton, Illinois, AKNDS, Second Chance. Fifth was entry 441, Hayden Mullen, Blythe, California, EBC Firefly, H11. Sixth was entry 440, Carson Peterson, Whitesboro, Texas, CCS JS Summer 1H. Seventh was entry 438, Olivia Kuhn, Peru, Indiana, BESH Elsa HW24. Eighth was entry 434, Aurora Pitzer, St. George, Kansas, Pewett's Miss Sadie. And ninth was entry 431, Cecilia Newby, Oswego, Kansas, SFI Miss Hot Gossip H7B. Placings in your program are 9, 3, 8, 2, 1, 7, 4, 6, 5. Currently in the ring is your Division II junior heifer calf.
Well, much like the other heifer class divisions in both shows today, each one of these heifers you could make a case for, and each one of them you could take home and be very proud of. Let's give them a round of applause again for a nice set of heifers. The heifer that wins the first class, she has some look to her that's high quality. I like her a lot. I'm not sure she can run with the two right behind her, but she's awfully good. I think she has a lot of quality to her, and I just think she's not much you'd have to change about her. And the heifer that was second to her is a deep-bodied, easy-doing kind of a heifer that's going to be a big, powerful kind of a cow. The heifer that wins Class 2 has a lot of presence to her. You can't help but like her. She's big, long-hipped. She has enough. I know we all talk about this swoop, and I don't really know if heifer calves have to be loaded with it. She's kind of in between, and that's kind of where I'd want to be. I like that about her. When you look off from the front, maybe she isn't just quite as sharp right up her neck, where her neck comes out of her shoulder as some, but boy, she's a good heifer with a lot of quality, and I have to tell you, I like her quite a lot. The heifer that won the last division, or the last class in this division, is kind of in between. She's got a lot of quality to her. She's very long. She's just one of those kind that can make a powerful yearling. And the two heifers that were in seconds behind those two are two very useful cattle that whichever one of them comes up is in contention. Let me take one quick look, and I'll pick your champion.
Your Division II Champion Junior Heifer Calf comes out of Class 28, entry 417, Trent Wagey, Turlock, California, Miss Catching Dreams. Your reserve in the division comes out of Class 29, entry 437, Dakota Height, Ozark, Missouri, RRF Lola 208H. Next in the ring will be Class 30, Senior Heifer Calves, born November of 2019.
Simmental exhibitors, class 30 is in the ring. This is your final call for classes 31 and 32. First call, class 33. Win this class, the senior heifer calves. Obviously, I'd like to see this heifer that's going to win the class be a little stronger in her API, and that's where the heifers behind her have an advantage. But phenotypically, they don't have the advantage, so it makes it kind of tough. This heifer has a lot of body, middle of the road as far as frame. But I think there's some strength in her and really sharp-fronted, but yet not gooseneck, just the right kind there. I like the balance that she shows, and I think phenotypically she wins it handily enough that I'll let the number pass, and I wish she was stronger there. Red Baldy heifer right behind her. I moved up a notch. It's a good heifer. There's some meat and some muscle in her. She's pretty attractive. May like to see her have a little lower flank if you could, but it's a pretty darn good kind of a solid-made red baldy heifer. The black baldy's a longer spine kind of a female, just a little plainer when you look at her up through her front. Not quite as neat and show-like as the heifers that are winning 1 and 2, but boy, she's a good kind of a female. Black heifer behind her's a lot of performance, just a little ill off her hind leg. Like to change that. Young man in the orange shirt swinging out there now. His heifer is just a little neater in her appearance than the heifer that completes the class, just a little more pleasing to look at. Really good class of heifers with a challenging top end.
Placings from Class 30, Senior Heifer Calves, born November of 2019. First place, entry 588, Carly Sanders, Leesburg, Ohio, VEF Ant 60G. Second was entry 449, Allie Jordan, Spring Branch, Texas, OBCC Zentia 94 AG. Third was entry 444, Addie Burkhard, Ivanhoe, Texas, Burke Ace. Fourth was entry 445, Mike Petrus, Skidmore, Texas, Miss Stella. Fifth was entry 446, Gage Baker, Fulton, Missouri, TT Superstar, G60. And sixth was entry 448, Cade Roeder, Aledo, Illinois, WC Angel 9711G. Placings in your for that class were 345, 162. Currently in the ring, we have Class 31 Senior Heifer Calves, born October of 2019.
Another nice class, the senior heifer calves, and these 4 or 5 you could juggle around probably each time you moved them. But the Baldy heifer that I'm going to start with probably gives up a bit of performance to the next 3, but she makes up for it in quality. She's extremely well balanced when you look at her from about any angle. She's got a nice hip, and she's got a very desirable hind leg, and she moves very, very good. And I just like a lot of things about her. And I think she's kind of the composite, too, when you look at the figures. Just a good, useful kind of a female that has quite a bit of balance and look. 2 and 3, I contemplated changing even until I turned the mic on. 2, the heifer in second, maybe just a bit lower fronted than the heifers on either side of her. Maybe just the way she handles her spine is where I'd change her, but she's nice enough up through her front and chest floor, and she has enough width. She's a wide-bodied kind of a female that has a lot of power. Heifer in third probably is a little bigger, a little taller at the hip, and just a little more frame, but I don't see that as being an advantage or disadvantage. That's how I see her. She's attractive. She's kind of a front pasture cow, there's no doubt, with a lot of power. Those 3 heifers are pretty useful kind of cattle. The heifer in fourth may not have quite the balance when you look at her from the side, but this is a good female, a little deeper in her chest, a little more brisket there. But when you look at her, the way she just could redirect her tail head just a bit too, but it's a good heifer. She fits with those heifers and needs to be with them. Heifer, the young lady in the purple shirt, just like to tone her down in her tail head. If we could do that, why, she'd look more like those heifers in front, and she is very similar to them until we get there. Young man in a green shirt, heifer maybe gets just a little plainer in the way she's designed structurally to the ground off both ends or all 4 corners, but she's pretty useful, deep rib kind of a female. Red heifer behind her is just a good, useful middle-of-the-road heifer. Gets just a little shorter in her stride, but not bad. That's nitpicking. 5 remaining heifers that are kind of wanting to do everything out there right now are just useful cattle. They're not maybe quite as much quality as the top end of this really, really close and pair or foursome of heifers that we have at the top of the class.
Placings in Class 31, Senior Heifer Calves, born October of 2019. First place was entry 458, Rachel Clark, Grand Mound, Iowa, WLK Biscuit, 010GET. Second was entry 453, Blake Henricks, Okarche, Oklahoma, MLH Zinyatia, 44G. Third was entry 468, Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana, TL Miss Ledger, 134. Fourth was entry 462, Gabrielle Tebow, Idaville, Indiana, STCC Lila's Broker, 9184. Fifth was entry 464, Kylan Shailene, Paradise, Texas, KS Leah. Sixth was entry 452, McCoy Landwehr, Enid, Oklahoma, DTF Profit Chick, 106G. Seventh was entry 466, Mackenzie Taylor, Mount Pleasant, Texas, J-Soul Red Rosie, 9826G. 8 was entry 456, Shelby Spradlin, Blair, Oklahoma, McFerrin's ECS Maggie. 9th was entry 450, Samuel Lehue, Maypearl, Texas, SWTR Miss Goldie, 510G. 10th was entry 467, John Helms, Galveston, Indiana, Bramlett's DBLG Emmy, G87. And 11th was entry 460, Rebecca Purvine, Fay, Oklahoma, RFP Gracie, 921G. And 12th was entry 457, Cord Clem, Shady Point, Oklahoma, Morgan, MS Delta. Placings in that class are 9-6, 2-8, 12-1, 11-4, 5-7, 10, and 3. Currently in the ring, we have Class 32 Senior Heifer Calves born September of 2019.
Let's bring her. Well, this class of senior heifer calves kind of comes together quite handily. The heifer that leads off is just a pretty useful individual. She's got some frame to her, but yet she's very desirable as far as body type. I look off to her side here, and I think she's just super out of her hip and down through her hock and down to the ground. Like the strength that she shows in her head, but yet she's feminine. Just a nice kind of a female to start this class. Second, third are a bit more similar in their kind. The second heifer, to me, has got just a little more natural muscle in her, maybe just a little leaner down through her lower third, a bit more like our heifer that wins the class. She isn't maybe as deep in her flank and maybe doesn't come off with just as neat a movement as the heifer that wins, but a good heifer that's got some power in her. Heifer in third is starting to show a little more condition down through her lower third than what I'd say is totally desirable. But she's powerful. She's wide-based. There's a lot of look to her. She's a front pasture kind of cow, as I've said a few times today. The remaining three, I think the more moderate heifer is going to end up third from the end. To me, she's just enough neater, just a little shorter in her stride, but very neat and attractive in the way she's put together. Young lady in the turquoise shirts, heifer is bigger bodied and probably got a little more strength in her, but she's just not quite as desirable in her look. Heifer that completes the class is carrying a little more condition than I'd like.
Placings in Class 32, Senior Heifer Calves, born September of 2019. First place was entry 472, Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, Rockin' P Black Cap, G085. Second was entry 470, Walker Housley, Dayton, Tennessee, CNS HFS, Queen Me, G916. Third was entry 473, Sadie Robinson, Cushing, Oklahoma, HKTC Suite. Fourth was entry 475, McKenna Rice, Farmersville, Texas, JSSC Carolina 950G. Fifth was entry 469, Aubrey Roberts, Winchester, Ohio, STCC Rochelle 9171. And sixth was entry 474, Lauren Maxwell, Katy, Texas, Smith, Gotta Have Faith in Black. Currently in the ring is your Division III Senior Heifer Calf.
Well, a trio of fall heifers out here that, again, have a tremendous amount of quality to them. And let's show all six of these young folks some appreciation, as well as all the kids who are in this division. The contention, though, the competition is going to come, your champions are going to come out of your class winners. I think all three of them have a tremendous look. I like all three of them kind of in different ways. The solid black heifer that won the first class, phenotypically I like as well as any. She's lacking a little bit when you look at her paperwork. I'd like to help her there some, but she's a good heifer with a lot of look and balance, and thought she won that class rather handily if you just look at phenotype. The baldy heifer that won the middle class, that was a tough class, and she come to the top because she had some muscle and some neatness and some attractiveness. I like that about her an awful lot. I think she's just a very useful kind of a female that has some look to her. our heifer that wins the last division or last class is a little more extended, probably a little longer and taller, and I like the outline that she gives you. She's got a lot of strength, and I like the power that she shows. And maybe if I were to change her, maybe just get out and hit her stride just a little bit longer. But I think there's just enough more heifer here that she's going to be your champion, and the heifer right in front of her will be reserve. Congratulations to both of you.
Your division champion comes out of Class 32, entry 472, Josie Phillips, Maceville, Kentucky, Rockin' P Blackcap, G085. And your reserve in that division comes out of Class 31, entry 458, Rachel Clark, Grand Mound, Iowa, WLK Biscuit, 010G ET. We're now going into Class 33, Summer Yearling Heifers born May through June of 2019.
Well, our summer yearling class is a division, and we have a nice place to start with this young lady's heifer. She's very pleasing to look at. She has a tremendous amount of volume. She gets a little too refined, maybe up in her neck and head. Maybe like to see her have just a little more boldness there, but she's neat. She's attractive. She labors a little bit of getting her neck up out of her shoulder, but really a nice heifer when you look at big picture things and their size. And mature size looks to be just a bit more moderate than the heifer in second. And that's what kind of gets me in trouble with her is this heifer's going to get to be pretty large. You can kind of tell it by her head, just like the moderator, just ever so slightly. She's powerful, a lot of performance. Two different kinds of heifers that both have some things about them you like. Not to say a thing negative about the heifer in third. She's just starting to show a little too much chest, probably from a little more feed than she needs. But a good heifer that is powerful enough, moves well enough that I think fits into third rather handily. Heifer right behind her probably doesn't handle her spine quite as nicely, maybe not quite as loose up there. Just like to give her a little more looseness and flex. If we could do that, then it gets more complex. Heifer behind her, the young man working on his stick. Powerful, thick, wide heifer. It's wide-based. Maybe like to just smooth her up just a little bit. But there's a lot of heifer, a lot of length of body, a lot of performance with that. Black heifer behind her, probably just a little neater in her kind than the red heifer. I just like her head just a little more cow-like, and that's where the red baldy gets in trouble with me. I'd like to have a little more femininity, and the heifer that completes the class is just a little greener.
Places in Class 33, Summer Yearling Heifers born May through June of 2019. First place and division champion Summer Yearling Heifer goes to entry 490, Charlie Gibson, Moreland, Indiana. BCR Time to Shine, 105G. Second and reserve division goes to entry 477, Ty Drock, Pontotoc, Illinois, NXT Heartthrob, G917. Third is entry 487, Megan Brown, Greenville, Texas, JLR-STCC, She's a Knockout, 034G. Fourth is entry 480, Delaney Meredith, Bargersville, Indiana, EBC, Miss Kool-Aid, 938G. Fifth was entry 479, Colton Stenger, Sterling, Oklahoma, HC Miss Serena, 789G. Sixth is entry 484, Claire Elder, Canton, Oklahoma, GBM Miss Extra 907. Seventh was entry 485, Cadence Ellis, Bullard, Texas, Dottie. And eighth was entry 481, Riley Martin, Taylorsville, Kentucky, SSF, Banking on a Lady, S20G. Placings in that class on your program are 254, 867, 31. Next in is Class 34, Spring Yearling Heifers, born March 3rd through April 22nd, 2019.
there's enough good heifers in this class that you can take time and look at them again, and you'll change your mind, and watch them walk, you'll change your mind again. But the heifer that's going to lead off is this young lady's heifer over to my right, and to me, she kind of does enough of the right things. She's far enough along in calf, and she's strong enough in her makeup. I was telling her the way her show holder fits on her head, it makes her not look as nice a headed as I think she really is. And that's when I just glanced at her and said, well, I'd like to change her head, but I get up on it. It's more about how the halter's fitting on it. But a good heifer that maybe doesn't just blow you away, but I think she's a pretty good kind of a bred heifer that has some power and some substance and gets around the ring well and has a little more flank perhaps and just a little more maternal looking maybe than the heifer that's in second. And this heifer's loaded with muscle, and I like the eye appeal that she gives you to me. So she's just a little more, I hate to use the word terminal, but just a little more, just a little tighter in her flank because of all that muscle, and it kind of takes away from her. But I like her. Don't get me wrong. I think that's a nice pair of cattle to start the class with. Honestly, when they walked in, I thought the heifer that was in third was going to win the class. And when you get them on the move, she does win the class. When you get her on the standstill and get to looking at her from the side view profile, she kind of looks like she's carrying too much condition down through her lower third. Maybe doesn't have quite as much muscle as those first two, and I think that describes her. But, boy, I do like her on the move, and she has an advantage at that. It's a good long-bodied heifer that's going to be a big old stout kind of cow. The young lady's heifer that's a bit more moderate is going to land in fourth, and she's probably a little further away from motherhood, but I like this heifer. I think she has a tremendous amount of quality, even though she's maybe not as big as some of the heifers, again, on either side of her, but she's got a lot of quality. I think she'll be fine. Black heifer right behind her is probably a lot closer to calving, and it makes it kind of a challenge, but she's a big thing, and I'd maybe like to just slow her up just a little bit on that size. But, boy, she's a big, powerful heifer that has a lot of things about her I like. And so a little different than the heifer that's just in front of her, more like the red heifer that's right behind her, and that's kind of how it come together. Red heifer's very good until you get her on the move, and I just like to see her stride out and come with a little more length of stride. And we do that, then she gets challenging for the top end of the class. The three remaining heifers are just useful cattle that have some width to base and actually are in a pretty powerful kind of class. They're good. They're probably just not as neat and as attractive off either ends of their skeleton. These kids mate them just right. They'll be fine because if they're good enough to come here, they're pretty darn good kind of cattle.
Placings in Class 34 spring yearling heifers born March through April of 2019. First place was entry 509, Sydney Beatty, Loveland, Colorado, with BTYL Prada 204G. Second place was entry 510, Maggie Griswold, Stillwater, Oklahoma, BTYL Jimmy Choo 208G. Third was entry 502, Lane Hagen, Yoakum, Texas, Ratliff CZRC Gracie 904G. Fourth place was entry 495, Harper Helms, Fort Cobb, Oklahoma, NFFS Gazelle 022G. Fifth place was entry 504, Sloan Curtin, Oxford, Iowa, MME Surrender's Pride 057G. Sixth was entry 500, Lucas Leafers, Edgerton, Missouri, Bailey's Strawberry Wine 908G. Seventh was entry 499, Judson Birdwell, Kingfisher, Oklahoma, HSC SSTF Extravagant 459G. Eighth was entry 496, Briley Whiteley, Clyde, Texas, STCC Jackie 9044. Ninth was entry 505, Cameron Clapp, Montezuma, Indiana, STCC PSC Lila's Hammer G34. Placings in your program are Scratch 487635912. Currently in the ring, we have Class 35 spring yearling heifers born January through February of 2019.
really a nice class of bred heifers, and a lot of quality in these three that have kind of come to the top. The Baldy heifer that wins, I just like the way she carries herself. I like the way her udder's starting to form, and she's maybe a bit more moderate than the heifer that's in second, but I think where she gets it is her presence and just the way she comes off her hind leg and the reach that she shows us there. It's a very, very nice kind of a female. The second heifer is probably a bit longer spined. Probably with that, just a little more performance with that length, and I like that. Very desirable to look at from the side view profile. When you get her in motion, she maybe doesn't get out in stride as well as the heifers on either side of her. This red Baldy heifer just moves very, very well. She gets a little weaker in her top and maybe not as far along in motherhood, but I like her. I think she's a very good kind of a female that's going to make this young man a pretty good cow. Baldy heifer right behind her in 4. Very, very similar to the red Baldy heifer. They're very much the same kind. She's starting to give a little bit of chest from probably the condition. She doesn't appear to be over-conditioned, though. She's just kind of getting it there. It's a good heifer that moves good, and I think that her and the red Baldy right in front of her are very, very close. The red Baldy right behind her gets a little more tied up in her flank. Maybe not as desirable off her hind leg as you'd like her to be. Kind of has, as you could say, she's just a little bit cowhawk, but a good kind of a female, though. The black heifer right in front of, or right behind her gets a little upright and doesn't have quite the correctness in her front end as I'd like, but there's a lot of muscle and shape in her, and a heifer that completes the class just a little plainer off each end. Good class of big yearling heifers.
Placings from Class 35, Spring Yearling Heifers, born January through February of 2019. First place was entry 520, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, Jas Wheel and Deal, 04G. Second was entry 523, Kennedy Ethling, Highmore, South Dakota, Everhart's Roxanne. Third was entry 515, Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma, Campbell Co. Zinfandel, 12G. Fourth was entry 516, Jackie Johnson, Grand Island, Nebraska, CLAC Black Jade 269G. Fifth was entry 518, Ellie Neidel, Moore, Oklahoma, BJTS Miss Miley. Sixth was entry 525, Laney Sasser, Edmond, Oklahoma, TCCC Miss Force G054. And seventh was entry 519, Layla Morgan, Plantersville, Texas, WLE Smith 7th Heaven, G136. Placings in your program for that class were 3, 4, 5, 7, 1, 2, 6. In the ring now, we're picking our champion spring yearling heifer.
Well, as these young ladies get them pulled in, let's give them all a round of applause. Another really, really good group in this division. Let's put our hands together and say congratulations. I think of this foursome, each one of these has something that they bring to the table and maybe are a little better at than others. The young lady that won the first class in this division as well as her counterpart, those are good cattle, and that was a nice class. She's a cowy thing. And I like the looks she gives us. Maybe not as pretty as a heifer on right behind her, but she's a good functional heifer that has some sass, just some quality to her, and I like that about her. The heifer that was second to her is probably as muscular as any out here. I like that. She's just a little different kind, but she's got some strength and some power, and we all have to have that. Heifers that won the second class are a little different kind of heifers. They give you a little more show ring look, perhaps, as you look at them from the side view profile. Again, I'll make up and come up and take a gander, and I'll pick your champions with a handshake.
Champion in that division goes to entry 520 out of Class 35, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, Jas Wheel and Deal, 04G. Reserve in that division comes out of the same class, entry 523, Kennedy Ethling, Highmore, South Dakota, Everhart's Roxanne. Your Division I champion was entry 384, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, bar QHJBSF Raven. Reserve in that division was entry 388, Megan Brown, Greenville, Texas, KCC1, SWC Harmony 847H. Your Division II champion was entry 417, Trent Wagey, Turlock, California, Miss Catching Dreams, and reserve in that division was entry 437, Dakota Height, Ozark, Missouri, RRF Lola 208H. Your Division III champion was entry 472, Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, Rockin' P Blackcap, G085. Reserve in that division was entry 458, Rachel Clark, Grand Mound, Iowa, WLK Biscuit 010G ET. Your Division IV champion was entry 490, Charlie Gibson, Moreland, Indiana, BCR Time to Shine 105G. Reserve in that division was entry 477, Ty Drake, Pontiac, Illinois, NXT Heartthrob G917. And your Division V champion was entry 520, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, Jas Wheel and Deal 04G, and reserve was entry 523, Kennedy Effling, Highmore, South Dakota, with Everhart's Roxanne.
As our judge is evaluating our champion purebred junior Simmental show here this afternoon, I just wanted to give an announcement here that tonight we have our Bricktown Classic Simmental sale over in the Super Barn Arena area over in the Super Barn across the street. Wanted to let everybody know that the cattle will be on display at 5:30 and they will begin the sale at 7. And again, also, as the sale begins this tonight over there at 7, we do have a few foundation items again tonight in that sale. We have a full tank, brand new semen tank full of a bunch of unique semen units in that, as well as a 1930s Orvis jar and some back covers of 2022 show programs coming up for next year. So I just want to invite everybody over there again to evaluate the cattle at 5:30, and the sale will begin at 7. And again, I would also like to thank our judge for today, Mr. Kevin Jensen from Cortland, Kansas. Let's give him a big round of applause for a job well done today.
Well, thank you, and it's been my pleasure. I've enjoyed it and looking forward to the Simbrah after this. And I apologize for trying to keep it a pace that we could get done in time for your sales. So we've kind of went through them fairly rapidly, but I can do that, but sometimes I'd rather not when we've got young people to work with. But again, as you look through these division champions and your seconds and your reserves, I should say, a lot of quality, and we left a lot of quality standing behind them, and a lot of those cows may be the future of the breed as well. You know, you'd like to look into a crystal ball and say every one of these show champions is going to be a great cow. Well, we know that isn't always the case. Sometimes those females that are middle of the road may end up being the ones that we work off of. But phenotypically, I've found some cattle that really are pleasing to me, and it's been deep and it's lots of quality. But more importantly, it's been fun to work with these young people. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll pick your champions in this division.
Your champion junior purebred Simmental heifer comes out of Division 5, entry 520, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Jas Wheelan Deal 04G. And your reserve grand champion junior purebred Simmental heifer comes out of Division 4, entry 490, Charlie Gibson, Moreland, Indiana, BCR, time to shine, 105G. We will be taking a quick picture break for the champion reserve heifer, and then we will roll right into the Simbrah show. All right, we're going to start our junior Simbrah show with class 36, summer heifer calves, born May through June of 2020.
Well, as we get in these summers in the Simbrah show, there's a pair of heifers that come to the top that have just a little more to them, and the heifer that leads off has a bit more to her than the heifer in second. She's strong in her makeup, just a stout kind of a heifer that has some substance and some performance, and you can just about say the same thing for the heifer in second. She's a little longer, a little more extended. Probably if you weighed them, she'd be a little heavier. I think both these heifers have a tremendous amount of performance, so I think that's an issue. The brindle-colored heifer that's in third is a bit more moderate, but I like her. I think she has a lot of quality to her. She's got some muscle, and she's actually pretty feminine and cow-like in the way her features are put to her, and I think she fits there rather handily. Gets a little closer and a little more decisive after that, but the blonde-colored heifer is to me, the most extended and the most like that top end. Needs to fit right in there. And then we have a pair of reds, a more moderate heifer, a red heifer in the middle that really is pretty neat. This young man's got a heifer that's going to make a pretty good kind of cow. There's not much you'd have to change about her. I think he'll have one that he can keep for many years. So we get down through the class, the heifers get a little more extreme and not as neat, not as put together as well as structurally and balanced like the heifers that win the class. A really good class to start the show off.
Placings from Class 36, Summer Heifer Calves, born May through June of 2020. First place was entry 531, Mike Putris, Skidmore, Texas, Miss Cricket. Second was entry 529, Hallie Hackett, Texarkana, Texas, with Smith McCrae Roxy 52H. Third was entry 533, Jess Poole, Henderson, Texas, Sweet Baby Ray. Fourth was entry 527, Madison Moore, Franklin, Texas, with Peach High Hopes H12. Fifth was entry 532, Stockton Lightfoot, Needleville, Texas, with Smith's Ian's Sunshine 86H. Sixth was entry 528, Kelly Whitaker, Ranger, Texas, Smith Aspired Moves 614H. Seventh was entry 535, Aiden Glick, Cat Springs, Texas, with Smith 7N Barbie Midnight Storm. Eighth was entry 536, Braden Rawling, Hempstead, Texas, with Bar CB Smashing Lily. Ninth was entry 537, Cassidy Fox, Burton, Texas, with 3CC Hope. And 10th was entry 530, Justin Majewski, Washington, Texas, with Smith DMM Lots of Patience 445H. Currently in the ring, we have Class 37 Spring Heifer Calves, born March through April of 2020.
Well, in this class, we've got a pair of heifers that come to the top that, to me, they kind of separate themselves from the rest of the crowd. This red baldy heifer that leads off, I'd like to see her have more API as compared to her contemporaries here, but phenotypically, she's the one. She's just very, very sweet and like her hip and just very cow-like through the middle part of her body. Beautiful head. Feet come off the ground very nice. I think she wins very decisively, but I wish she had a little more API. Heifer behind her is the closest to her, and like I said, I think they're the pair that kind of separate themselves. She's probably not as correct where her knee comes to the ground, kind of wants to buck over just ever so slightly there, but she's good and level-hipped, and there's some body to her, and in relation to the heifer that wins are very, very much alike. Black heifer gives up some length and probably not as neat in her underline. This is a good heifer, very fluid, very clean in her joint. I like that about her an awful lot. I think she fits there rather handily. Then it gets a little tougher. You've got a red heifer that's just pretty useful in her kind. I like the way she moves. If we could change her, I would like to see the hock be just a bit different on her hind leg. The baldy heifer right behind her, the young man has, is deep and has a lot of rib, a lot of power. Heifer with a nice API number right behind her, just a little tubular in her kind, like to drop her down in her flank a touch. Kind of a blonde baldy heifer, really pretty muscular and pretty useful in her kind. Then a really thick, wide-based heifer that's probably just not as, just a little more mature in her kind, and I'd like to change that. And a blonde heifer that completes the class is just a little plainer in her makeup.
Placings in Class 37, Spring Heifer Calves, born March through April of 2020. First place was entry 546, Carter Peoples, Rockwall, Texas, with Hagen Bertha, 50H. Second was entry 539, Hallie Hackett, Texarkana, Texas, with Smith, McCrary, Look at Me, Dixie. Third was entry 542, Avery Oliver, Sealy, Texas, High Up Queen Latifah. Fourth was entry 541, Aiden Andershak, Brenham, Texas, Smith, Lady Paisley, 773H. Fifth was entry 543, Colt Richter, Gonzales, Texas, with Peach Loretta, H7. Sixth was entry 545, Chase Glick, Cat Springs, Texas, with Smith, Flicka's Party Girl, 199H. Seventh was entry 547, Emily Birch, Mecker, Oklahoma, with TMP Golden Pearl, 143H. Eighth was entry 549, Haley Bryan, Overton, Texas, with SLBC Dawn, H004. And ninth was entry 548, Jarrett Poole, Henderson, Texas, with BPB Covergirl, 027H. Placings in your program for that class are 243, 561, 798. Currently in the class, we have Class 38, Winter Heifer Calves, born January through February of 2020.
Well, as we get into the third class of the Simbrah heifers in this division, the dark heifer, to me, is the combination heifer. She moves very, very well. She's extremely long-sided. She's in a very nice rig as far as being fresh and just very, very neat and attractive in the way she's put together. I think she just fits the bill very well. Then we have a pair of red heifers that is very close. I think as you look at them, they're more alike than they are not alike. They're powerful, high-performance heifers. Probably will have a little more weight per day of age than the heifers on either side of them. And I think they need to stay together. They're really physically made the same, and I think it's a close pair. The black heifer that completes the foursome is much the same type, but until you get her in motion, her head isn't as quite as feminine, and her hind leg gets just a little short in her stride. I like to lengthen that out and make her more like those just in front of her.
Placings in Class 38, winter heifer calves born January through February of 2020. First place went to entry 551, Jennifer Mask, Franklin, Texas, with RMC Miss Destiny 266H. Second was entry 554, Jacob Sansom, Brenham, Texas, with Smith Crack a Smile 805H. Third was entry 556, Avery Glick, Cat Springs, Texas, with Smith TMP O Priceless 377H. And fourth was entry 555, Michaela Hesseltine, Orange Grove, Texas, with EBH Dottie West. Currently in the ring, we'll be selecting your champion heifer calf division.
Well, as we get our second places pulled in, let's give them a nice hand and show them our appreciation for bringing a nice group of heifers in those first three classes. The black heifer's nice, but I think as you compare to the one right behind her, she doesn't move with as neatness or as much flow, and that's where I'd change her. But a good heifer that has some width to base, much like her counterpart that was second to her. The red heifers that were in Division 2 or Class 2, this white-nosed heifer really has a lot of quality to her. I like her balance, and I like her look, and just very cow-like. And like I said earlier, I may like to see her have a little more API, but that's a nice female, and I think the red heifer behind her is close to her. Maybe doesn't move with quite as much authority. Our last class, the darker heifer, is just a little longer and just holds her spine together just a bit better than the heifer that was second to her, but those fit together very well. And with that, I'll pick your champions and go shake those kids' hand.
Your division champion heifer calf comes out of Class 37, entry 546, Carter Peoples, Rockwall, Texas, with Hagen Berta 50H. And your reserve in that division comes out of the same class, entry 539, Hallie Hackett, Texarkana, Texas, with Smith McCrary Look at Me Dixie. Next in the ring, we will have Class 39, late fall junior heifers, born November through December 2019.
Well, a very close pair of heifers on the top of this class, and it could go either way. There's just more to the heifer that wins. A little more length of body. She's very level-hipped, and she's long-spined and loose enough in her spine. She's a little shorter in her stride, but both heifers also have pretty good feet under them, and I like that about it. Both are very neat and attractive. There's just more in the heifer that wins the class. The heifer in second does maybe come off her hind leg with just a little more reach. I like that about her. Her foot's very similar, though, and she's very useful to look at, and I think they make a very nice pair. It's a little tougher when you get past that into third, fourth, fifth. This black heifer is obviously black, so she's the same pattern, but she isn't as extended up front. But I like her composure. I like the way her body's composed and the composition of her muscle a bit better. I think she fits there. I would like to open up her stride. Bigger, stouter red heifer that's right behind her that I contemplated putting second for a while. She's so strong in her makeup. She's just a little tighter up top. Just like to see her relax and move more like the heifers that win the class. Red heifers behind them, you could go either way here. I think I'm going to use the more moderate heifer because I think she's maybe going to be more desirable size when we get to motherhood. Big, long, tall heifer to complete the class.
Placings in Class 39, late fall junior heifers born November through December 2019. First place was entry 561, Cassidy Fox, Burton, Texas, with F-bar WAR Dark Sister. Second was entry 562, Peyton Moore, Franklin, Texas, with LMC LF Lucky U 5G over 171. Third was entry 559, Haley Brennard, Overton, Texas, with TK FCC Black Pepper. Fourth was entry 565, Chase Glick, Cat Springs, Texas, with Smith TMP Clarabelle 123G. Fifth was entry 558, Kayla Sansom, Brenham, Texas, with Smith TMP Royal Jewel 109G. And sixth was entry 564, Layla Morgan, Plantersville, Texas, with Smith Hodges J and LR Bella Vista. Currently in the ring, we have Class 40, late summer junior heifers born July through August of 2019.
In this class of summerborns, there's a bit of difference in the heifers. There's not a lot of difference in their size or their length. The dark red heifer has a little more expression. There's a little more muscle in her, outer hip and down through her hind leg, and her API number is a bit better. It gives you a little more strength with her figures. But I think there's just a little more power in the heifer in this particular class. The heifer that's second to her, the brindle red-faced heifer, very neat and very feminine to me. She's probably carrying a little more condition because she doesn't have as much muscle. As you get her on the side view profile, you'd maybe like to see her have a little better hind leg, but both heifers are very similar in their structure.
Placings for Class 40, late summer junior heifers. First place was entry 569, Paisley Lightfoot, Needville, Texas, with Smith Lives Something Special. And second was entry 568, Braden Stork from Brenham, Texas, with Smith's Fragrant Julie. Next class in is going to be Class 41, early summer junior heifers born May through June of 2019.
Well, in this class of summer yearlings, we have a really dark red heifer that's overpowering when you look at the strength and power and performance that she has. And as she's building an udder, it's pretty useful and pretty desirable. She's maybe not your ultimate show heifer, but she's so powerful in her kind that I think we need to start the class with her. We could gain a few points with our API number with our heifer in second, but she's just a little too frail as we compare the two, just not as powerful or as far along and a little more juvenile in her kind. But a pair of differing heifers that I see them being different in the way they will mature as well.
Placings in Class 41, Early Summer Junior Heifers. First place was entry 572, Tatum Horton, Ben Wheeler, Texas, with LCC Felina 60G. And second was entry 571, Caitlin Bell, Washington, Texas, with Smith Splash of Color 937G. Next up, we'll have your division champion, Junior Heifer.
Well, as we get all six back out here, it gets pretty challenging because there is some give and take here. The black heifers that win the first class, I like both these heifers. I think they have a tremendous amount of quality to them. As I said earlier, maybe we could just open up their stride just ever so slightly, but I really like the quality of both those black heifers. Our red two that come out of the second class, the heifer that wins is really muscular, and I like that about her. She shows some real red meat in her, and yet she's feminine enough in her kind. Our reserve is really feminine, just a little flatter in her muscle shape. Two good, useful heifers. Then the heifers that win the last class, a big, powerful red heifer that's extremely muscular. Maybe like to neaten up just a little bit in the front. In this particular group, I kind of tend to like the two black heifers, and they're going to win the division.
Your division champion comes out of Class 39, entry 561, Cassidy Fox, Burton, Texas, with F-bar WAR Dark Sister. And reserve in that division comes out of the same class, entry 562, Peyton Moore, Franklin, Texas, with LMC LF Lucky U, 5G over 171. Next up, we've got Class 42, Spring Yearling Heifers born March through April of 2019.
Well, a nice big class of good heifers here in the Simbrah show, and I think the heifer that leads off does so rather handily. When you look at just the strength she has in her hip and the power, and then she's level-hipped and she's loose enough in her spine and just got some flexibility there. And as you see her udder starting to form, it's pretty useful in that respect. And the big, powerful heifer in second behind her maybe doesn't have quite as nice or as pleasant of leg set as we'd maybe like to have, and doesn't have quite the length up through her neck and head that first place heifer has, but she's powerful, and I think she fits in there because of body length. The red heifer that's in third, a little more compact as we compare to those first two, but she's base wide. She has some strength and some power out her hip, and just like to stretch her out as we compare to those first two. Black heifer that's in fourth behind him maybe doesn't have the power out her hips from hooks to pins, and not as extended and as ladylike up through her neck and head as those in front of her, but I think she's pretty useful in her kind. And as you get off from the side view profile, I prefer the look she gives us versus the three we have remaining. Black heifer right behind him gets just a little short in her stride, not quite hooked up right in the way she handles that hind leg through her hawk. Black heifer right in front of her, right behind her, much the same way, kind of has the same issues. A good, useful kind of heifer, though, that shows you some power. And the red heifer that completes the class just gets a little plainer in her hip and not carrying as much strength.
Placings in Class 42. First place was entry 576, Cassidy Fox, Burton, Texas, with 3cc CTCF Steel Beauty. Second was entry 574, Caleb Morgan, Plantersville, Texas, with Smith, J, and LR Fearless Annie. Third was entry 577, Haley Andershak, Brenham, Texas, with Smith, Golden Rain. Fourth was entry 573, Trenton Stewart, Washington, Texas, with Smith, Barr, CB, Royal Bella, 272G. Fifth was entry 575, Rory Dye, Orange, Texas, Smith, Ark Ashley, 502G. Sixth was entry 579, Chase Glick, Cat Springs, Texas, with Smith, Divas, Sound of Silence. And seventh was entry 578, Callie Heaton, Washington, Texas, with Smith, DRFF for the money, 3G. If you're following along in the program, placings were 4, 2, 5, 1, 3, 7, 6. Currently in the ring, we have winner yearling heifers born January through February of 2019.
As these girls pull in the ring, they're going to stay just as they came. The big black heifer with the white underline, she's so long and long-bodied and level out her top. I think there's just more flexibility in the way she's put together, and with that length, I think there's more performance as well. And maybe gets just a little upright in her hind leg, and maybe like to see a little more flex and go there. But so much power and length we have there. It gets really close between 2 and 3. I see more muscle in the red heifer, and I see more levelness of structure out her hip in the black, and that's why she's going to be in second. There's some trade-offs. The black heifer doesn't have quite as much, doesn't get her neck up out of her shoulder, not quite as smooth where her neck transitions out of her shoulder, and that's where I'd change her. And the red heifer's better there, but gets a little higher in her top, doesn't have quite as much levelness of hip that I'd like to see in her. But a good pair of heifers to complete the class.
Placings in Class 43, winner yearling heifers. First place was entry 582, Joshua Andershak, Brenham, Texas, Smith, Radiant Rita, 936G. Second was entry 584, Justin Majewski, Washington, Texas, Smith, Real Classic, 912G. And third was entry 585, Mary Sanders, Lumberton, Texas, with Smith, Mills, Shining Ember. Next class in is class 44, senior heifers, born September through December 2018.
Really two outstanding pairs, and there's some definite trade-offs in how these heifers are going to end up. But I'm going to use the black pair with the bull calf. I would like to tidy up her udder if we could, just make it just look a little more attached. And we do that, then maybe she'll have a little more longevity. That's where it worries me. I like the foot she has under. She's got a nice big soggy bull calf, and they fit together very well, but I would like to tidy her up her udder. So that's where the problem starts, because the red heifer has a nicer udder and a nicer attachment. And she's got a really nice heifer calf. She does give up some robustness that the heifer that wins, and so it's really, really close pair. I'm going to use the performance and power of the two that you're going out and put the red heifer second, but this is a really nice pair of cattle as well.
Placings in class 44, senior heifers. First place was entry 586, Kayla Swanson, Brenham, Texas, with Smith, Charming, and Lively. And second was entry 587, Riley Whitaker, Ranger, Texas, with Smith, RFI, Sweetheart, 950F. Next in will be your champion senior heifer.
Your champion.
Your champion in this division goes to entry 576, Cassidy Fox, Burton, Texas, with 3cc CTCF Steel Beauty. And your reserve in that division was entry 586, Kayla Swanson, Brenham, Texas, with Smith, Charming, and Lively. Next in the ring, we'll have your champion Simbrah heifer.
I just want to take a few minutes here while our judge, Mr. Kevin Jensen, is taking his final looks here of our champion junior Simbrah show. I just want to thank the Simbrah juniors for becoming a part of this of our show here today, and we hope that we can kind of continue this tradition of having our Simbrah juniors and our open junior Simbrah exhibitors with us at our national shows. So I want to commend all of you junior Simbrah exhibitors for coming here to our first ever Cattlemen's Classic here. So let's give these exhibitors a very big round of applause. And again, I just want to quickly introduce my junior board here with us this week and thank them very much for all their great help that they have done here in the last couple days. And we still have one more day left, but again, I want to congratulate them for a job well done, sticking with a long day of showing, and we have one more. So again, thank you very much for hanging in there and working the ring very well. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Darla. I've enjoyed working with these young people, and I always tell people this is what I do for a hobby, is judge young kids showing cattle. It's something that I truly enjoy, and I've enjoyed it. But hats off to all of you, and thank you to the junior board members for staying with us and working and doing an outstanding job of working the ring. But more importantly, let's say thank you to all these kids that showed heifers today. Let's give them a short round of applause. Talk to your champions. The young ladies that had the champion calves have two heifers that may have a slight advantage in phenotype when you stand here and look at them. And I like both these heifers quite well. And the snip-nosed heifer, or I'd say white-blazed heifer, really has a neat underline as you see it starting to form. And just a very, very good heifer, and has maybe a slight advantage in the way her hind leg comes to the ground compared to her contemporary there that was reserved. The two black heifers that win the middle division, very useful and very much the same kind, just more of the heifer that wins, longer bodied and just pretty neat to look at. Just both heifers have some usefulness. The heifers that won the last division, big, powerful, both of them. And, of course, I just decided to use a heifer that hadn't calved, but I just banking on her maybe having just a little prettier udder than the heifer that's second in reserve. She's powerful and big-bodied. As I said, I'd maybe like to tidy up her a little bit in her lower udder department. But as I don't get to judge these too often, I've done it a few times south of here, and I've always enjoyed it. It seems like I always find cattle that I think are going to make very, very good kind of cows. And with that, congratulations to all you kids. I'll shake the hands of your champions.
Your grand champion Simbrah heifer comes out of Division 1. That's entry 546, Carter Peoples, out of Rockwell, Texas, with Hagen Berta, 50H. And your reserve comes out of the Save Division, entry 539, Hallie Hackett from Texarkana, Texas, with Smith, McCrary, Look at Me, Dixie. That concludes our Simmental show for today. I want to thank Mr. Kevin Jensen from Cortland, Kansas for coming down and sorting through your Simmental cattle today.